thank you all for joining. So I hope y'all enjoy this. So hopefully this all turns out. So fingers crossed, everyone. Fingers crossed. How long are they going to make us wait? Those people seem to be free. They should let us talk to them. Those are just general office workers. We have to talk to the actual social worker responsible for the case. I wonder if they're busy because they have a lot of cases like this. I don't know. I wish they didn't have so many issues to deal with. This world is tragic. So many kids are being abused. After 30 minutes, they finally called my name. I wrote down my name at the registration as Mion. Can't let them know she's from the Sunazaki family. My name was called. I went to the receptionist to find a uniformed older lady. She must be one of the office workers Mion mentioned. Was she really going to be the one dealing with us? Hello, my Bara-san. I see you're here with 4 other friends. How can I help you today? The only thing I wrote on the registration was that I wanted to talk about Satoko Haojo. Well, we're here to talk about Satoko Haojo's case. Chie-sensei from the Himizawa branch school called and made a report yesterday. We would like to discuss the case. Are you her friends? Yes. We're her classmates. Would you please give me a general summary of what you wish to discuss? I heard that you guys put a hold on it because you determined there wasn't any abuse happening. So we've come here today in order to explain Satoko's situation in more detail. I see. Please wait a few more minutes. That was it from her then. A real social worker should be coming here to talk with us. She was just asking us basic information. With that done, she was talking on the phone and explaining to someone what I just told her. What did she ask? She asked me why I was here. She told me to wait for a few more minutes. I hate waiting like this. Are those posters and advertisements you've been reading that interesting me? I've seen lots of flyers about abuse. I guess we came to the right place. Report the abuse before it escalates. Check out that slogan. Check it out. There's a bunch of posters with slogans like that in here. I guess that's what the Child Consultation Center is for. Is it any help if it's inside the building, though? Rika-chan was right. They should be posting them all over this city, not just inside the building. My Bara-sama, thank you for waiting. Please, go to room number 2. It's our turn now. Let's go. As we walked, we soon saw rooms numbered 1 through 3. Thought we were going to be talking at the counter like you do at the bank. But they have individual rooms. I guess it's for privacy reasons. Most of the people who come here don't want other people listening to their conversation. But I think abuse might be increasing because people try to keep the issue quiet. People tend not to talk about their family issues. Room number 2. It's this one. As I knocked, I heard the voice of a lady telling me to come in. Hello. It was a very small room. Well, I should say it was narrow. It wasn't wide, but it wasn't very long. Oh, hello, chicken. Thank you for coming by. There was a counter in the middle, which split the room into two. The lady was sitting on the other side of the counter. She told us to take a seat, but there were only two chairs. Two chairs. I sat down, since we registered under my name. Mion wouldn't sit because she felt that the Sonozaki sisters shouldn't be in the front. Reina tried to offer the seat to Rika-chan, but she refused too, so Reina ended up taking it. Yes, hello. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming again. It was such a tiny room that it was better for us to take a seat. It was very cramped with the five of us. I'm sorry. We usually expect to see the parents, so we only have two chairs. I understand that. So how may I help you today? Should I do the talking? Well, we're students from the Hinamizawa branch school, and we're Satoko Haojo's friends. The school reported that she was being abused at the Child Consultation Center, and I believe that a social worker went to her house last night. We heard that you put a hold on her case. We're here today so we can explain to you how urgent the matter is. Mion nodded. It seemed like I was doing okay so far. What are you trying to explain to us? Will you please tell me? Well, I know it's only been 2 days since her uncle took her away, but it's only a matter of time before he starts hurting her. In fact, Satoko's for terrible abuse at the hands of her uncle last year as well. We believe it's only a matter of time before that happens again. So, we would like for you to save Satoko from her uncle before it does. But from what we understand, the Child Consultation Center has decided to wait and see, right? Are you going to neglect her? I can't believe that you left her there just because she's not getting physically abused. Who's going to be responsible when she really gets hurt? Shion probably didn't like how politely I was speaking to her. She was already flaring up with rage at the social worker. It looked like Mion didn't want her to tear into her. However, she let Mion finish, as she'd get even more furious if we tried to stop her. The lady seemed to be used to people losing their temper, and she continued without reacting to Shion's outburst. I would like to make it clear that we're still working on her case. The results are still pending. We're not abandoning or neglecting her. Working on her case. They're not abandoning her. They're currently reviewing options, I suppose. Well, their mature phrasing made me start to think it might be rude and harsh to say they were abandoning her. Reina quietly opened her mouth. But you left her there without doing anything last night. No one can ever fool Reina. Taking their time to review options was the exact same thing as abandoning her. The fact is, they left her in that house without taking any actions to prevent her from being abused. We sent a social worker to her house and they met with her guardian. We cannot talk about the case any further for privacy reasons. However, we are not neglecting her. We're going to look after her and her father so they can have a healthy life together. He's not her father. He's her uncle. Are you sure you really did an investigation? Excuse me. You're correct. They're uncle and niece. Anyway, we'll be directing them so guardian and child can form a healthy relationship. Shion had pounced on her mistake immediately. I didn't think she needed to be so snappy, but at this point I was starting to understand how different their sense of urgency was from ours. Excuse me, but Satoko was living a happy life before, without any support from her uncle. First of all, her uncle disappeared from her life for a full year prior, and now he's returned and kidnapped her away. Isn't that a crime? It wasn't a kidnapping. It's the law that a child must live where their guardian appoints them to live. According to Article 821 of the Constitution, the legal guardian of a child is... He neglected Satoko for 1 year. How can he still be considered her guardian? Shion. That's what the court decided when her parents died. The curse of Oyashiro-sama. Are you serious? That guy's her legal guardian? Yeah, I don't know the specific article of law it's written in, but minors must abide by their guardians. In other words, every child has a guardian. They have to have one. That's Article 818 of the Civil Code. Satoko's parents died, her uncle and aunt automatically became her guardians. Yeah, the closest relative gets custody. Seems her aunt and uncle were Satoko's only relatives. If Satoko and Satoshi refused them, they could have had a different guardian, though. But they were the children of the Hojo family, the enemy in the dam conflict. No one was going to take care of them. They were different from Rikachama. Lots of people wanted to be her guardian, but Father Kimiyoshi got custody of her. I knew that the Hojo family was in favor of the dam project, and the whole village hated her family for that reason. But I thought everything was over after they canceled the project and Satoko's parents died. Was I aware of the difference? The difference between how the villagers treat Satoko and how they treat Rika-chan? The villagers don't abuse Satoko like her uncle, but maybe there were small thorns left in the village, and they were stinging Satoko occasionally. I can't say this too openly, but Satoko's family had more assets than her uncle's, and by becoming their guardians, they gained control over those assets. That's why they shamelessly took over Satoko's home. Do you know where they used to live? It was this ridiculous Atana place. That's horrible. But this guardian neglected Satoko-chan for over a year, right? Can he still claim custody of her? Can he? Well, in Part 4, Chapter 4 of the Civil Code, there are provisions for the loss of custody. The lady opened a thick book on the counter and showed us that page. I didn't completely understand what it says on there, but it seemed that a parent can lose custody when they're being irresponsible. So the law can take away the right to be someone's guardian. Wait a minute. It says something about court. Let me see. At the behest of the child's relatives or a public prosecutor, the family court may make a ruling for the loss of parental authority. What the heck is this? So we'd have to sit around and wait for a family's court ruling before he can lose custody? That's too slow. Well, if something urgent happens, we can temporarily protect her under our custody. We'll also need approval of the family court in that case. Here. Article 834 for the loss of parental authority. Doesn't this apply to Teppei Hojo? It's a fact that the guardian Teppei Hojo abandoned his responsibilities as guardian for over a year. What is the Center's opinion on that? I can't answer for privacy reasons, but the Center requested an explanation on that matter as well. And you accepted his explanation, so you decided to wait and see? Like I've mentioned, we're currently working on the case. The safety of the child is our #1 priority, and we'll make sure that she will have a healthy lifestyle in a safe environment. We weren't on the same page at all. They just weren't understanding the urgency. I've never met this Teppei guy. I only know about the situation based on what my friends told me about last year, and what Chie-sensei told us. But I still understood very well. I understood that something really bad was going to happen if we didn't take any action right now. She was being abused by her uncle and aunt last year too. Are you sure that the same uncle can take care of her? You still have the records from last year, don't you? I can't discuss her past record with you for privacy reasons, but we are taking everything into consideration. She didn't come to school yesterday, and she didn't come today either. I called the school and told them that she has a cold. But don't you think it's a bit odd that she hasn't come to school since he showed up? That's true, but then she really might be sick. I think we should keep our eyes on her and see what happens. We just know that Satoko doesn't want to be with her uncle. Her uncle is forcing her to stay with him. Our social worker spoke with the child and made their decision after doing so. So that's it, isn't it? Are you not taking this case seriously because she made a false report long ago? I cannot talk about that for privacy reasons. You're taking everything into consideration. Satoko was telling you that she's not being abused because she feels guilty about our brother, Satoshi. She may have told you that she's not being abused, but I don't believe that statement. Do you know that people can lose the will to seek help when they have depression? Stop making excuses and hurry and save Satoko. I'm not going to forgive you people if something happens to her. You'll end up hurt if you don't do something about this while I'm still asking politely. Stop it, Shion. You're making us look bad. I don't know what her uncle said to the social worker, but he's a violent guy. Please, don't be fooled by him. I just wanted to make that clear. So please, speak with our social worker. Persuade them to make the call to save Satoko at once. We ask that you do this for us. Some of us were getting emotional, but Mion calmed them down and Reina summed it up nicely. Hi, Phantom. Oh, thank you. Thank you for coming by. Stop speaking to see what she was going to say next. You mean her caseworker? I understand your concerns. Tell them that Satoka and friends, 5 of her friends, came here and made an appeal to us. We'll continue to work closely on this case, so please let us know when you have further information. How long is this game? Well, we're on the 7th volume. Well, 7th chapter. That's what they call the different volumes. And there's a total of, 8 and then a bonus one. So 9. 8 proper and then 1 7th. Yeah. We started back in October. Yeah, it's a lengthy series. And also I have I have been splitting up as far as like in between so it wouldn't just become stale or make us all stir crazy doing just one after the other. It's a great comeback. Thank you for supporting the Child Consultation Center. Thank you very much for sharing your valuable time with us today. We're still in Okinomiya. We were in the city park, devoid of playing children, staring vacantly at the madder red sky in silence. I feel like they didn't really listen to our story. But they also didn't try to kick us out. She's probably just a person who deals with complaints, not the actual social worker that deals with Satoko-chan. That's why she was phrasing everything the way she did. What did you think about the whole thing, Mion? Well, it felt like we were wrestling with a tree. We didn't get pushed or pulled. It was the same as talking to a wall. That's not true. She said they will forward our information to the social worker. Like I said, she doesn't know Satoko-chan in person, so she didn't really have any stake in it herself. Oh. So you think we accomplished something today, Reina? I don't think it was a waste of time. But I don't think our passion will be understood by the actual person who is working on the case. So just tell them that Satoko Hacho's 5 friends came and requested them for them to take her under their custody.
And the crowd goes wild. Yay!
What about the social worker? Can't we talk to that person directly? I don't know. I heard it's a very tough job. I think it'd be difficult for us to meet him or her in person. Someone even threatened to hurt them if they didn't do anything while she was still asking them politely. According to Mion, there are lots of problematic clients who show up at the Child Consultation Center. It's not a rare thing for them to get an aggressive visitor like Shion. It's so difficult to tell them how passionate we are. They might treat us coldly if they took our passion for simple anger. I thought you were used to talking with government officials, Mion. Can't you talk to them instead of me? It's not that she's good at talking. They just listen to her because she's Mion Sonozaki. You saw how they treated us today. If she announced herself as a Sonozaki, we wouldn't have been in such a small room. We would have been speaking to the manager in a reception room. Brat? Mion gave a vague smile and didn't comment. Mion's greatest weapon is her family name. Without that weapon, she's just as ordinary as the rest of us. I shouldn't be thinking about this, but if the Sonozaki forgave Satoko's family, it would be really easy for them to save her. So, the Sonozaki family still hates the Haojo family. No one has publicly stated that we hate them, but it runs pretty deep. That hag of a grandmother is the one who hates the Haojo family. Her opinion hasn't changed since we were in the middle of the dam conflict. It's been so many years, but she still can't let go of the past. Stop it, Shitan. Satoko-chan is Satoko-chan. She's our precious friend. Doesn't matter what her last name is. Shion went quiet, and there was silence for a while. Reina was right. Just like how Satoko's last name doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what Mion's last name is either. The important thing is that our friend is being abused right now. We'd have to do everything we can to save her from that situation. We all looked up at the sky as we listened to the sound of cars passing by. We all felt hopeless. We had no idea what to do. Was what we did today going to help Satoko at all? Would have been better if they just kicked us out. That way we could have been angry with them. But after being treated politely like that, we had no choice but to back off and see what they were going to do. We were forced to just wait and see what happens. Everyone was trying to figure out what our next option was. Couldn't expect Chia-sensei to tell us that everything was taken care of. Not the Board of Education. That would be too good to be true. What shall we do next? I muttered to myself, hoping that someone would respond with a good idea, but the silence reminded me that everyone was just as stuck as me. Get evidence of the abuse, or at least manufacture, or get, he almost, I thought about this last time, but, the fact that I'm sure the uncle has, done some criminal stuff. So, if that was dug up, can't be a guardian when he's in jail. Just say. I mean, it's a roundabout way. It's more of an indirect way of doing it, but... Keiichi, Rika-chan, I'm sorry. I was running my mouth off, but I have no idea what to do now. I don't believe this. What? As I looked at her, I realized that the expression on her face was stronger than ever. You told Shion yesterday you didn't have a good idea at that moment. You said you would figure out something. You told her to trust you. So I trusted you. I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to believe that you would even mention that you had no idea. I'm not going to believe that. I could see tears in her eyes. Rika-chan was sure that I could do something about the situation. You said it. You said that fate is as fragile as a thin piece of paper. I'm going to believe your words. I still believe you, because you can easily defeat fate. So, please help. Help us escape from this fate. Help Satoko. Help her. A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. My heart was feeling the same way. Damn it, damn it, damn it. An innocent girl was becoming a prisoner of a tragic fate. She desperately needed help. I told them that they could trust me. In other words, that they could count on me. That they could bet on me. Betting is not an easy thing. If I lost, they'd lose their coins too. What does it mean to trust someone? It's about making a bet on that person. It's about betting a coin. It's about betting hope. Trusting someone's tantamount to placing your hopes in them. I told Shion yesterday. I told her to trust me. I didn't say it just because. I knew that those words meant something very serious. But now, after betraying Rika-chan and seeing her tears, I finally realized just how serious it is. I look at Shion. She was in a rage again. Mion tried to calm her down, but she didn't have any ideas either. How about Reina? She's always very reliable in a situation like this. I expected to see her strength. However, Reina also looked depressed. We didn't even know if what we did was a meaningful thing. Reina looked down with a devastated expression on her face, since she couldn't come up with another option either. Damn it, I have to do something for them. Reina's blue fire will melt iron. Mion can be strong when the wind is in our favor. Shion is the same way. They'll move forward strongly when the wind is backing them up, but they grow weak when the wind is blowing against them. Despite the whole situation, Rika-chan still believes in us. She believes that we can do something if we all come together. That's right, we all agreed. We said to each other that we could make a miracle happen if we all worked together. What am I? Frayne is the blue fire, I'm the red fire. I burn brightly and give strength to everyone. That's right, I'm Keiichi Maibara. I'm the magician of words. I have to motivate everyone. The blue fire won't light up unless the red fire does too. When the fire is lit, there will be wind. Mion and Shion will become stronger too. Thank you. You just made me realize something, Rika-chan. That the flames inside me are really starting to blaze. Keiichi, we can't give up now. We're members of the strongest club ever. Nothing can stop us when we get together. I can't become depressed over a small thing like this. Rika-chan woke me up. I just realized how serious it is that people trust in me. Rika-chan knew our personalities well, and she figured out just who she should motivate first. Oh, I'm really starting to burn up. Hey, Mion, stop being depressed. This is where we're supposed to get angry, man. Everyone looked at me with wide eyes as they turned at my powerful voice. We were both surprised by my sudden shout, and waiting in anticipation at the vigor of my call. More and more clearly, I could see it. This was Keiichi Maibara's role in this club. I don't think we did anything at the Child Consultation Center. Just like Reina was saying, they're going to forward a small note saying the five of us made a visitation. But being treated like that has lit the fires of our anger. You're right. Feels like they gave us the cold shoulder. We're trying to get them to realize how much danger Satoko was in. We have to fight now. We have no time to be sitting all depressed in the park. But Keiichi-kun, what are we supposed to do next? Don't tell me that you think we have no more options left. If this was a club activity, you guys would be losing right now. This is fun. It's feeling depressed too, but now I've got a burning passion in my heart. I felt like I was cheering myself up. Why was I being so sad? If I wanted to save Satoko, I had no time to rest. This was like the final seconds of the last round in a boxing match when we were at a disadvantage. If I stand here stupefied, I'll lose by indecision, so the only option is to press the attack. Was I supposed to give up just because I couldn't knock out the opponent with one punch? No. If I couldn't take him out in one, I'd have to throw 2 or 3 punches. I'd have to try until I could finally knock him out. You're saying that we're going to go there tomorrow? Close, but not exactly. I have no idea what's going on in your mind. But it sounds very interesting. It isn't like our club to cry ourselves to sleep. We need to turn this headwind around. Yes, Miona's getting her willpower back too. That's right. I agree with Keiichi-kun. Shame to A shame that I was so depressed. Let's fight. But what exactly are you trying to do? Remember, everyone, that lady really pissed us off today, but she also told us what our next option is. She never thought she was giving us a hint. She made a huge mistake. On top of that, that next option is something that I'm really good at. The course were brought up. Okay, got some couple tips. Receptionist note. Note, date. Subject about Satoko Hojo-san. Visitor, Keiichi Marbara and 4 other friends. They're requesting protection for Satoko Hojo to save her from being abused by her uncle. Already being dealt with? I'm cleaning our refrigerator, so please remove your personal belongings by this evening. Yep, subnote. Teppei suspected that Satoko was hiding more money somewhere. But in reality, she had none at all. Teppei had asked her how she survived until now, but she told him that she didn't have to use any money because she was living with her friend. Teppei had made some money off of illegal gambling. While he had some of that money saved up, he had no intention to use it on living expenses. However, there was no way Satoko didn't have the money. Teppei was convinced of that. Teppei's wife, Satoko's aunt, must have taken away the family bank book when Satoko's parents died in an accident. But her aunt also died last year, and Satoshi is gone too. That means Satoko should have hidden the bank book somewhere. However, no matter how much he threatened her, she told him that she didn't know anything about it. Continued to question Satoko, still believing that she was hiding it somewhere. He couldn't beat her because her teacher in the child consultation center would suspect him. So he wouldn't beat her. Instead, he spoke to her in a loud and violent voice and broke furniture in front of her. Threatening people like that is Teppei's forte. However, Satoko continued to claim that she had no clue about the bank book. She didn't seem to be lying. After destroying the whole living room, leaving Satoko frightened like a scared little animal, Teppei finally believed that Satoko had no idea where the bank book was. In that case, where could it be? Teppei had 2 ideas. One idea was that his wife hid it somewhere in secret. The other idea was that Satoshi took it after his wife's death and hid it somewhere. Either way, he was certain that it was hidden somewhere in this house. Told Satoko to clean up the mess he made in the living room. Started searching around the house. Teppei was starting to get bored with Satoko. He'd heard that Satoko's parents had a lot of money saved up, but his wife had taken control of that money herself. Since his wife had been quite thrifty, he was sure that she left the bank book somewhere without using it. Once he got his hands on that money, he could move somewhere else entirely. Teppei was still acquainted with a few people from that gambling spot in Gogura. People who used to help out are still hanging around that area. They still owe him. They should at least let him crash there. It was great that Satoko takes care of all of the chores around the house, but Teppei felt uncomfortable about being watched by both the school and the consultation center. Teppei, all too aware that he's a man of violence, couldn't stand living with Satoko without being violent toward her. The more he suffered, the stronger his urge to beat up Satoko grew. Since Teppei only knew joy through forcing others who resisted to submit, testing to see how violent he could be before the helpless Satoko resisted him was something he was excited to try eventually. Still upset over the visitation by the school teacher, Teppei promised himself that he would destroy Satoko's life before leaving the village. Are we sure we can't kill him? Sorry for interrupting your lunchtime, but can I have your attention, please? My classmates looked at me with surprise. I stood at the front of the room and banged on the blackboard. I intended to get their attention. You can listen while you eat. I want to talk about our classmate, Satoko Haojo. Everyone went quiet as soon as I brought up her name. They all knew how bad of a situation Satoko was in. Remembering what happened to her last year, they understood how critical it was that she get help as soon as possible. Everyone was thinking they wanted to save Satoko if they could, but they hadn't done anything because they didn't know what they alone could do. I don't think there's a need for me to explain what's going on with her. As you all know, Satoko's been absent for 3 days in a row. It's been 3 days since she got kidnapped by her uncle. He called the school and told them that she still has a cold, but I don't believe that. She hasn't even visited the clinic in these past 3 days. My classmates, think about this logically for a moment. She's really that sick. Why would he have not taken her to the clinic for 3 whole days? It's hard to believe that she's been sick for that long, yeah. She might have the flu, but if that's the case, she should be seeing a doctor. The whole class agreed that it was a bit strange. Everyone had been thinking the same thing inside their hearts. However, no one had really come forward and talked about it. This was a good start. Just think about it. Satoko is the healthiest girl in this village. She won't even get sick after eating food that's past the expiry date. Now she somehow got sick all of a sudden and missed school for 3 days? That's hard to believe, isn't it? The answer is simple. Her uncle is forcing her to stay home. We've reported this case to the Child Consultation Center. However, they're putting it on hold. We went there. All they told us was they can't talk about it due to privacy reasons. What do you guys think about all this? I think it's wrong. We all know how her aunt and uncle were treating her last year. Besides, Satoko-chan was living happily with Rika-chan. It's wrong for him to force her to move out of there and keep her away from us. Sight of Reina letting her emotions speak for her, when she was normally so quiet, demonstrated most of all just how dire the situation was. Reina brought an intensity to this that I couldn't, since I often yelled and shouted about things. Are we just going to leave things as they are? Satoko is our friend. She's our classmate. We've spent time together in the small classroom and we're like family to each other. We learned together, we played together, we ate together, and we fought each other at times. We've spent so much time together that our relationship is as tight as a family's. Should we neglect someone who's that precious to us? Raise your hand if you want to neglect her. I'm sure none of you want to do that. No way. Must help Satoko. Mutter, mutter, mutter. Class was filled with commotion, which is exactly what I was looking for. The louder I talked, the louder my classmates got. They were getting all fired up. The more I let my true colors show, the greater everyone's emotions became as well. Our club is already making its move. We're trying to figure out how we can save her. Did you know that, Tomita-kun? No, that I did not. Let me tell you what our plan is. Don't worry, it's not something illegal. We're trying to fight, but without breaking the rules. In truth, nothing is more effective in society than taking an orthodox stand. Playing underhanded and striking by surprise may seem more effective, but that's as insignificant as a jack-in-the-box. A real orthodox attack can punch through anything. Yeah, I heard that even in karate, a straightforward punch can deliver the greatest impact. When you think about the physics a bit, it's only natural a straightforward, simple, head-on strike would hold the most power. We're already doing the right thing by saving Satoko, therefore there's no need for us to do anything underhanded to accomplish that. We need to fight openly. So who? Who are we fighting against? That's a good question, Okamura-kun. This is a fight, true. However, we're not going to be violent with anyone. We're following the rules. This is the honest way to conduct a battle. Before we go any further, let me get back to just how we're going to save Satoko. This is the current situation. Satoko is there. Her uncle is locking her up inside the house. Apparently, she had no obvious injuries as of yesterday, but we don't know for sure if she hasn't gotten hurt since then. Besides, preventing her from going to school is already child abuse. Check this out. This is a brochure that Mion brought from the Child Consultation Center. It's written clearly in here. Keeping a child away from school is abuse. On top of that, her uncle left Satoko on her own for a year. That's considered neglect. Neglect also counts as abuse. However, the Child Consultation Center didn't even take that into consideration. They ignore the fact that he neglected her for 1 year, and they believe that she hasn't come to school because she's sick. They concluded that Satoko is not being abused because she has no obvious injuries at that point. What do you all think? My Bara-san, this is a blatant case of child abuse. Just because she didn't have any injuries doesn't prove that she's not getting abused. I agree with him. How come they can't see it? It's so obvious. What Mion's heard from inside their office. 2 or 3 days is enough time to determine if abuse is taking place or not. Apparently, they can only recognize it as abuse after it has continued for over several months or several years. She says they have to evaluate the situation very carefully. So what do you all think about that? Do you think keeping Satoko in that house for several months is a good idea? No way. Exactly, absolutely no way. The Child Consultation Center has no idea how much danger Satoko is facing right now. They don't know how terrible it was for her last year. That's why they're just putting our case on hold. What would you do, Tomita-kun? Sir, I think the issue here is the child center isn't grasping the urgency of her situation. I think someone needs to go there and explain to them how serious this is. Right. Might be routine for them to wait and see what happens. But in Satoko-chan's case, that's not applicable. Her uncle was abusing her last year too. He was taking out his stress on her. After the death of her aunt, he left Satoko-chan all alone and disappeared somewhere for an entire year. You know what? We even have information that he disappeared because he tried to move in with his lover in Okonomiya. What was Satoko doing while he left her? Was she fortunate because Rika-chan offered her a place to stay? What if Rika-chan wasn't there for her? She'd have no choice but to try and survive on her own. Furthermore, we also know that he came back to Himizawa because his lover disappeared somewhere. In other words, she dumped him. He had no choice but to come back to Himizawa, and he forced Satoko to live with him again. Her neighbors have seen her doing the laundry too. The reason he took Satoko with him is clear. He took her so she could work as a slave. How could anyone do something like that? Is there anyone in this classroom that would call such a rotten person a parent after he spent a full year playing around with his mistress only to come waltzing back and throwing his weight around? No way. Right, he's not her guardian, but the child center still calls him that. They claim that they'd have to go through family court in order to take away his parental rights. Who has the right to decide whether he's good enough to be Satoko's guardian? It shouldn't be the court. It should be decided based on common sense. I can say this clearly. He is not Satoko's guardian. We need to make that clear to the Child Center. The Child Center is the only organization that can help Satoko before she's physically abused. The police won't move unless it develops into a criminal case. Do you think that we're going to wait until Satoko becomes a victim? We can't just sit around until that happens. That's why we're going to make our move now. We hit the Okonomiya Consultation Center yesterday. This is what they wrote down after we did. 5 classmates of Satoko Houjo made a visitation to request her protection. Do you know what that means? 5 classmates are not enough. We need your help. We need all of you. This is your chance to do something meaningful in your life. If you don't help us, you're not our friends. All you have to do is support me, and we'll do all the talking, and our club members are going to do all the fighting. We just want you guys to support us. If that's not enough, feel free to join the fight. Let them know the spirit of the Hinamizawa branch school. My Bara-kun, what is going on? Chie-sensei looked into the classroom, the commotion having attracted her attention. As soon as she tried to step inside the class, someone behind her stopped her. Principal! Miss Chie, I would like to have some tea. Could you make me a cup, please? It was a clear display of his intent not to disrupt Keiichi's speech. Are you sure? There are lots of younger children in the class. They'll go to Child Center. How can we explain it to their parents? Chie. Furude-san, what is going on here? Everyone is trying so hard for Satoko's sake. I can't do anything, so I need their help. But I can at least try to stop you from stopping them. Chie had never seen Rika staring at her with an expression like that. She was surprised to see Rika looking so determined. Why would you want to stop them? Principal! This is splendid, isn't it? They should do what they can. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Principal pounded his own chest. Chie-sensei couldn't object any longer. I understand. Please, make sure that no one gets hurt. You all must follow the rules and mind your manners. You have to promise me that. Thank you very much. I'm proud of you, Miss Chie. My students are teaching me many lessons. Yes, I've made my decision. My students are like my own children, and what mother wouldn't protect her own children? All right, head back out as soon as you get home today, and meet us at the Okonomiya Library. The Child Consultation Center is on the first floor. Wait. Chie-sensei. Sensei, are you going to stop us? Certainly not. Truly understand your passion. Going to support you as long as you follow the rules. I'm coming with you to make sure you behave yourselves. Is that okay? Yeah. All right. Here we go. We're all getting fired up. We headed for the library as soon as we got back home from school. I'd expected that few kids wouldn't show up, but surprisingly everyone came along. I could tell just how driven they were. It's also encouraging to have Chie-sensei there with us. I had to admit, I've been feeling a bit guilty for dragging everyone to the consultation center, but as long as Chie-sensei was with us, I didn't need to feel that guilt. Maibara-san, please come to the counter. Hello, I'm Maibara. How can we help you today? As I wrote on the registration form, we came to tell you about the danger Satoko Haojo is in. How many of you are here today? How are you all related to her? We're Satoko's classmates and our teacher. There are 27 of us. Well, our consultation room is not very large. Could we just ask a few people to come inside as representatives? Then shouldn't you prepare a bigger room like a meeting room? I believe you should be arranging a room for us, not asking us to adjust to yours. Please, just give us a moment. The receptionist seemed troubled. She told us to head back to our seats, started to make a phone call to someone. Good job, Reina-san. I consider myself a pro, and even I thought that threat was perfectly timed. How? Are you trying to compliment me? Reina's good at reading other people's minds. Sometimes she can use that talent against the enemy to intimidate them. Strange atmosphere permeated the office. It must have been the first time a whole class had visited on the behalf of one child. It was as though we were here for a school trip. Oh, hello. I'm Harayama, the manager of the center. Please, take a seat. I'm sorry for bringing the whole class to your office. I'm Chie from the Himizawa Branch School. We're here to talk with you today. They're treating us so differently now that we had 5 times as many kids plus 1 adult. Instead of that small room, they took us into a big meeting hall. On top of that, the manager was there alongside the lady from yesterday. And let Maibara-kun do the talking. Chie-sensei sat down at the far end of the table. She was just here to look after us. Besides, like I said, we were the ones who were going to fight. It was fine if Chie-sensei just stayed there and watched us quietly. I'm Keiichi Maibara. Nice to meet you. Well, I heard that yesterday you visited those 5 of your friends to present your valuable thoughts to us on Satoko Haojo's case. Are you here on a different matter today? I hadn't expected that they would start the conversation. What were they thinking? I don't like how ambiguous this feels. Feels like they're debating how to move. Sure if the fault lies with us or not. Kei-chan, you should clearly tell them why we came here, and let them know that they're in the wrong. My friends were analyzing the situation behind me. It felt like I was having a meeting with the president of a foreign country. Actually, that wasn't far from the truth. I was sort of the prime minister. I was representing the whole class. I needed to be polite but stern. Alright, let's attack from this angle then. Kei-chan, tell them something like this. Got it? Mion gave me her attack plan. This really is how Mion operates best. If she's weak on defense, then I can bear the brunt with impudence. while Mion issues perfect orders from behind. I took my friend's analysis and advice into consideration, and calmly opened my mouth. No. First, let me confirm something with you. We've come here today to make sure what we came to convey yesterday was properly conveyed to you. So I apologize if it seems rude, but could you please tell us how much you grasped from our conversation yesterday? It's all right if that just means reading a memo aloud. They became quiet for a second. It might have only been a short time, but the silence felt much longer than that. I could see the manager's expression turning serious. He thought we was just dealing with a social studies class. Suddenly, his response changed to that of one dealing with a protest group of local citizens. My understanding, we've acknowledged that you came to appeal that Satoko Hajo is an extreme situation meriting temporary protection from our agency, and that we should expedite our response. I believe that our staff at the time explained to you that we are not taking our situation lightly, and are currently discussing the appropriate measures. So taking into consideration the fact that Satoko Hajo was suffering abuse from our uncle at this time last year, you still believe an urgent response is unnecessary. Well, our organization has no confirmed records that Teppei Hajo was administering abuse at this time last year. What? What the hell were you guys doing last year? She was being abused by both her aunt and uncle. Please don't tell us that you were only aware about the abuse from her aunt. Normally we don't talk about such private affairs, but under these special circumstances, I think it's acceptable to say. We are aware that there was trouble between Satoko and her aunt. However, we have no record showing that her uncle was also involved in the abuse. In fact, when we interviewed her neighbors, several mentioned Tom and slight hysteric tendencies, and none ever brought up the name of her uncle Teppei. We believe that simply because his abuse didn't stand out under the shadow of her aunt's especially vicious nature. We do not believe that constitutes evidence that our uncle was not abusing her as well. I see. So you claim that there was a likelihood that Teppei also inflicted abuse on the child at this time last year. Enter and the staff beside him jotted that down with a pen, as if to show that was their first time hearing this information. This is why we came here today. We believe the Child Consultation Center doesn't have a proper understanding of her present situation. We believe you should be able to see how urgent this case is once you fully understand it. I see. We're taking that into consideration. Please allow us to do a more thorough investigation into Teppei-san. We mentioned this yesterday as well, but our uncle has abandoned his responsibilities as guardian for over a year. We received no response on this information yesterday. What is your organization's opinion on this matter? Of course, our office is aware that Teppei was absent from his residence for a year, and we have interviewed him on that matter. So what was his excuse? I mean, you can't talk about it for privacy reasons, but if it convinced you, all of you, it must have justified leaving her alone for a whole year, right? If you believe living with his mistress in Okonomiya is sufficient reason for abandoning his responsibilities for a full year, then we would like to receive that in writing. No, is that what happened? Explain to us that he was forced to work away from home in order to raise Satoko, but this is our first time hearing that. What the hell? They just believe that crap? If it's your first time hearing that, then you should also know Satoko has been absent from school 3 days in a row now. While he contacted the school yesterday to say she had a cold, the only hospital in the village, the Irie Clinic, has no records of her being examined. But do you believe the proper response is for a guardian who refuses to take a child to the hospital when she's been bedridden with illness for 3 days in a row? Well, we confirmed that she was absent one day, but 3 days in a row is news to us as well. However, our social worker met directly with Satoko-san, confirmed that the child in question denies the occurrence of abuse. We asked if she wished to continue living with Teppei. She answered in the affirmative. So there's no abuse as long as she says so. That's one of the more difficult aspects. Whether the child herself feels she is suffering abuse or not is a very important factor. It's much like the definition of bullying. While the bully may not believe they are bullying, it's bullying if the recipient believes it is. So you can't do anything unless that she's being abused and seeks your help herself. No, that's not quite how it works. Organization investigates the child's environment. We find any problems that might harm their lifestyle. We take appropriate action to protect them. However, we don't believe Satoko's case has reached that level of danger at present. No urgency at this point. That was exactly how the child consultation center felt about Satoko's case. Our classmates who had been watching the discussion burst into an uproar. How can you say something like that? What makes you believe that she's not in danger? First of all, Satoko denies the abuse. And not only that, she had no visible injuries either. Also, she is being provided with shelter, food, and clothes. We can't say that Teppei is not taking responsibility as her guardian. Both of them seem to have no complaints about their current living arrangements. We believe that we do need to further discuss Teppei-san's past. But unfortunately, we also believe that you and your friends are overreacting to this situation. Overreacting? Calm down, Keiichi-kun. Let's not take it too personally. Damn it, why are they treating us like this? They think they're only acting this way based on what happened last year. I see. The center was assuming that this year's case and last year's cases were two separate issues. On top of that, Satoko was denying the abuse entirely. Teppei-san regrets the fact that he had to leave Satoko alone because of having to work for her sake. Promised that he would stay with her from now on and raise her lovingly. Bang. I heard a loud noise. Someone had just pounded the table. Everyone, including the manager, was startled. I figured it must have been Shion, but it was Reina. Her face had... F in chat for that manager. Reina is pissed. Okay, yeah, Reina's by far the scariest of all of them. But she gets mad. It's best for a child to live with their parents. There are things you can only learn for the love of your family. We've heard that Satoko was living with another minor for the past year and has not been living under any adult. This could greatly harm her future as she is a sensitive, growing child. I'm sure that in your friendship with her, you all believe she'd be happiest that way. Could you please give Satoko and Teppei the opportunity to restart their new life as uncle and niece, and watch over them kindly? Weren't you listening to any of the things we said? You're saying that you're not going to help her unless Satoko asks for your help. How is she supposed to seek help if she's being locked inside her house? She can't even go outside or make a phone call. How can she seek help? We came here in her stead because she can't be here herself. But you're not even willing to listen to us. That's not what we're trying to say. Remember that over 20 of our classmates visited to talk about Satoko-san's case. We'll take what happened today in consideration when we make further decisions about our case. When are you going to make the decision? Can you guarantee us that Satoko won't get hurt before that decision is made? If something happens to her, will you take responsibility? If she gets even a single bruise on her body, you're in huge trouble. Shion-san, that's enough. Please, tell us when you will make that decision. That's right. How long is it going to take you? Like I said, we need to take the matter seriously and make a careful decision. In order to do so, we will continue to meet with the two of them and investigate so that her and her her uncle, can have a better relationship. Please wait and see what happens for a while. We ask you to do so for her sake. So that's your response. You're saying that it isn't urgent, even though we came here to tell you that it is. Starting to get lost in what they were trying to say. I'm pretty sure I think I know what she's doing, but they're... Stuff that would look great for... Or it's saying stuff that would look great for, like, you know, a news article or something like that. We came here to tell them they need to protect her right away, but they clearly told us that they didn't see any reason to do so. We understand there may be a reason for urgency. We will take your opinion into consideration and make our decision. I hope that will satisfy you. First glance, it sounded like they were speaking humbly, but our insistence of the urgency to Satoko's situation was spinning their wheels. They had no intention of meeting us halfway. Right, they're officials. Plus, they have authority that can change the life of an individual like Satoko. Considering that, being a little overcautious and carefully deliberating matters wasn't the wrong response for them, and I would have understood that if this wasn't so personal. But in reality, Satoko had no time to spare. We could see that, because we understood everything. We knew how Satoko would reject me after I rubbed her head, because of the horrible abuse she got from her uncle. That nightmare will come true in just a few days. That nightmare, I knew that I should save her, but I just wasted my time. I wasn't going to make the same mistake. I had to make a move immediately. Maibara-kun, did you say everything that you wanted to? Yes. That's it for today. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Everyone, please bow to them. Class President, will you take the lead? Thank you very much. No, thank you for your valuable opinions. Thank you, everyone. Be careful on your way home. We all came back to Hinamizawa together. It was time for us to part. As the class president, Mion gave everyone the notice we were dismissed. However, everyone stuck around to talk about what happened today. We came back to Hinamizawa on our bikes, so we didn't really get to talk with each other. Now that we'd gotten off of them, we finally got to say what we wanted. This is the first time that everyone in the class has gotten together and fought for someone like this. It reminds me of the dam conflict. Everyone's feelings are united. That's true. None of these kids participate in the conflict, even though they might remember it from when they were a baby. What we did today was more polite than what they did in the dam conflict. No one is bleeding and there are no bombs or riot police. Unity is the best thing about Hinamizawa. That's true. This old man's blood is boiling for the first time in a while. The people in Hinamizawa all got together to fight against the dam project. Everyone's working together as a team means a lot to the villagers here. There's one person coming, 2 should throw rocks at him. There are 2, 4 should do so. If there are 4, then 8. If there's 1,000, the whole village should stand up and fight. What's that? Figure of speech? It's something our grandma used to say. She was trying to tell the villagers to band together and fight. When there's one enemy, 2 should fight together. When there are 1,000, the whole village should fight together. I see. She wanted the villagers to unite and defeat their enemies. It means more than that. Uniting to fight together is one thing, but it also means the whole village should unite and fight for the sake of an individual. Its real meaning is that everyone should share that individual's pain, sympathize with them, and fight for them too. Wow, it sounds very similar to what's happening right now. In other words, the battle we're fighting now represents Hinamizawa as a whole. I see. Everyone supported me not because they were impressed by my speech, but because it's their nature to unite like that. Classmates were all still sticking around and discussing the issues surrounding Satoko. For some of them, this was like a return of the dam conflict, and also a big chance for those who never experienced it. It also almost felt like a festival. Most of them thought we didn't make much progress today, though. My Bara-san. So their conclusion is that they're not going to save Haojo-san, right? Their answer wasn't that bad, but you're right in the sense they'll watch her suffer. Live close to him, so I know what kind of guy that uncle is. He's not normal. Figured out that the people at the child center don't understand anything. Just can't give up after today either. Tomita and Okamura seemed serious. They weren't just supporting me. They wanted to make a move themselves. We're going to have to work hard to save Haojo-san. Yeah, I agree. It's hard to believe that these are the same innocent kids who are always running around the school. I'm really happy to see them to see them so motivated. Of course we are. Satoko is our friend. We're going to save her. So please, lend us your support again. No, Baibara-san. This is our responsibility as her classmates. We're not fighting because you're asking us to. We're doing this because we want to. I'm impressed to hear that from you, Tomita. Shall we go there again tomorrow? I don't think we should take any days off. Consistency is important. I agree with Reina-san. But it's only going to end with the same result if we go there with the same people again. I think today was more effective because we were there with more people. Then shall we go with even more people tomorrow? Then shall we go there with even more people tomorrow, shall we? Reina turned back towards everyone as she spoke. We all understood what she was trying to say. Not all children from Hinamizawa go to the Hinamizawa branch school. Around half of them go to the school in Okonomiya. Those children are not our classmates, but they're still our friends from around the neighborhood. Hinamizawa is a small village after all. They know Satoko as well as we do, and they also know what's going on with her right now. Rumors spread at the speed of light in Hinamizawa. I can tell that by now. Everyone in the village knows about my embarrassing history of undergoing punishments. I'll talk to Daisuke when I get home. I bet he'd come with us. Call my friends when I get back home, too. School in Okonomiya isn't that far from the library. That's a good idea. I'll try and get more people, too. This is turning out well. I think we can get at least 10 more people on our side. I'll try reaching out to a few of the old members of the kids club, too. I think I can get at least 3 of them to come with us. I'll ask my friends from cram school from cram school too. One of them know about Satoko or her situation. They're just friends of mine, so it'll only be about 4 people. Do you think it might be difficult to get other adults involved? Well, people on the town council don't want to have anything to do with the Houjo family. Because of what happened during the dam conflict? How about older people? Can't you get old people on our side, Rika-chan? Older people are bitter towards Satoko. People who believe in the curse of Oyashiro really think that the Houjo family deserves what they get. So we can only get more children, but no adults. How many of us will there be? This rate, going to be about 17 more children. Don't know if they will all make it. Hopefully there'll be more than 40 of us. 40 people. I'm impressed, Keiichi. You think 40 is enough, Rika? What? I grinned and tapped Rika-chan's chest. It's not enough. 40 is not enough to knock out those stubborn people. We need at least 20 more. I'm sure 60 people would intimidate them. But where can we get that much help? You have no idea. My name is Keiichi Maibara. If I say I'm going to accomplish something, I will. So that's the whole story, Kameda-kun. We're going to launch our 3rd attack tomorrow evening. Will you help us? I don't want to reject your request, Kei. Wait that jumbo parfait together. That was our vow as sworn brothers. I want to help you, Kei. But tomorrow is not a good day. What? Why is that, Kameda? You can't lend a hand to this poor innocent girl. Where's your pride as a 2-dimensional warrior? You deserve a beating. Clench those teeth. Wait a minute, Kei-san. Please listen to me. I would help her if it wasn't tomorrow. Of course I love schoolmates, and I'm like happy to lick Satoka's chest sock. Oh my gosh. But I just can't tomorrow. You bastard. Tell me, Kameda. I'll knock you at least 3 of your teeth, even if you can't make it because of your parents' funeral. Can't come tomorrow because tomorrow's the dessert fiesta here at Angel Mort. What did you say? Oh, he did. He did. It's the desert fiesta, Kei-san. It's the desert fiesta of Angel Mort. It gets bonus points for using the hiragana for fiesta. I actually won his admission ticket. I'm not going to invite anyone but you. Let's go out and pick out on those sweet girls. I mean cakes. Yeah. Please, Kei-san. I'll help you the day after tomorrow. Please let me go to the fiesta tomorrow. Please, I'm begging you. Keiichi-kun, think you should let him go for tomorrow. No, I can't. I can't let him go. Kameda, you dare to weigh cakes against a real little girl? You only gain the right to eat cake when you can save the girl. For starters, you don't have any understanding of how good Satoko is. Listen, Satoko's charm is that which seems soon at first glance, but as you set off her flag, she's girl's dara. She's a classic tsundere. You should understand that the greatest appeal of a tsundere lies in the gap between her sun and dere. Normally, she's all sun without an emphasis. But when you flip her switch, she's suddenly dere. Oh, that gap between her on and off states is her charm. She's just like the first and last half of Higurashi's plot itself. In other words, Satoko is the true Miss Higurashi. Oh, gosh. Hi, fourth wall. Bye, fourth wall. Tell her that she's the added spice of the little sister element that's growing standard now, as well as being a Suke. She's the new generation of heroine with the perfect love for rebellious spirit, making her greatness in its world, overflowing with romantically dependent heroines. You want to know how amazing her advent is? She's as incredible as a blonde princess alighting in an open field, but she's not a goddess, so don't go spouting upload, or pass, please. If you can't understand her appeal, then what are you? Where's your pride? If you can't understand her appeal, then what are you? Where's your pride as a 2D warrior? What? Would you dare to say you're moving to fake 3D now with the increase in polygon count? You're a century too early. Our progenitors from the age where heroines were displayed in 256-bit with 8 colors. They found love and Moe there, evolving. None of that was to escape. Wait, hold on. Evolving their emotions to an even higher dimension. None of that was to escape into the Tito world. It was an evolution of love derived from our love of real women. The statue of Venus and the Mona Lisa are all the epitome of our progenitors' feelings of Moe. By the way, I think the girl with the fewest pixels was from... But young people nowadays probably can't even tell that she's a girl. Oh, by the way, the princess was also amazing. She was wearing a short skirt. Oh, gosh. She was also wearing a short skirt and crown, and she had a scepter. She even changed into a swimsuit to bunny girl outfit. By the Alright, am I the only one? Yes, we're 2D warriors searching for the truth behind those walls of pixels and polygons seeking their true form. So how could you say you would choose those pixels and polygons over a real-life little girl that exists without those 2 walls behind you? Or between you? That proves you've lost sight of our goal and settled for half measures. 2D warriors do not deny the 3D. They're a new generation of 3D warriors who... Oh wait, it was missing. Am I the only one who thinks she's the oldest cosplaying heroine in the history of Japanese arcade game? It's amazing that I was able to play those games for only 50 yen, but remember, we found our feelings of Moe and the beautiful girls that lay beyond that 16 by 16 pixel art. Wait. Okay, hold on. Yes, we 2D warriors search for the truth behind those walls of pixels and polygons, seeking their true form. So how could you choose those pixels and polygons over real life that exist without those walls? That proves you're... Sorry, I was wrong. What was I thinking? What have I done? It's okay, Kameda. Mistakes are there so you can realize you made them. You just realized your mistake and became a better man. Take my hand. The door to the next millennium is right in front of you. Okay, hold on. Missed out on this massive diatribe. Yeah, sweet 2D words seek for the truth behind those walls of pixels polygons seeking their true form. So I could choose those pixels and polygons over a real live little girl that exists without those walls between you. That proves you've lost sight of your goal and settled for half measures. 2D words who do not deny to 3D. There are a new generation of 3D warriors who love 3D even more, trying to express what is in detail through 2D symbols. Though calling it 2D is bad when it's elevated above 3D, you may get confused because 2 sounds inferior. That's why Microsoft named their console Xbox 360, because Xbox 2 would sound inferior to PlayStation 3. Anyway, all I want to say is this. Which console is going to get Resident Evil and Metal Gear? By the way, the new Dead or Alive is coming out too, right? Is it true that Zack is made out of the same number of polygons as the female character's breasts? Anyways, forget... Anyway. Keiichi and Kameda-kun seem to have lots of fun. I have no idea what they're talking about. Don't bother, don't bother. Yeah, anyway, forget about that. Buckle down to save the real little girl comment. Okay, on my honor as a man, I'll help you save that girl. They have dessert fiestas 4 times a year. So what if I miss one of them? It's not a big deal. Seems so down. Meep. By the way, Mion, you said you were going to give me 3 years worth of dessert fiesta admissions as a reward for the auction, right? I'll give you 1 year admission if you help me, Kameda-kun. No, thank you, Kei. I'm a man. Be ashamed of myself if I was saving this girl because I was getting reward. Shi-chan, do you think we can do something for him? Do you? How about this? I'll remove his name from the blacklist. Blacklist? What's that? Normal customers don't know about this, huh? There are customers that cause trouble in this restaurant sometimes. Whenever they do something wrong, their names get written on the blacklist. Once their names get written down enough times, they're no longer allowed to enter the restaurant. Stop it. I'm an Angel Mort Master. I would never behave so unmannered as to get myself on such a blacklist. You touched a waitress improperly twice, called a waitress just to talk with her, and sold tickets outside the restaurants. You'll be forbidden from entering after 1 more transgression. No way. I can't believe this. That's horrible. I can't come to Angel Mort. I've no reason to live. However, I'm impressed that you're so willing to save Satoko. I'll erase your name from this list as a reward. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Hey, Michan, does that blacklist really exist? This old man has no idea. Kameda-kun, thank you. Let me know if you can't get a ticket for the next dessert fiesta. I'll invite you. Okay. Hug. We reaffirmed our strong friendship. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll bring my baseball team members with me. I should be able to get at least 10 people. Sounds like your uncle is a really crazy guy. Wouldn't it be faster just to kick his ass rather than going to the child consultation center? We can't do that. Otherwise he'd take revenge on Sadoko-chan. I see. Of course we can't commit murder either. Alright, let's do it the right way. We don't want to get arrested by the police. 10 people is still not enough. Do you think you can get more people from somewhere? You need more people, huh? Let me take care of it. Kameda grinned at me, then suddenly stood up and shouted. Hey you guys, you heard everything, didn't you? For those who have a ticket for tomorrow, I'm not going to force you. But if you're free, give us a hand. Everyone in the restaurant looked at him. There were a lot of people around. The Desert Fiesta is tomorrow. So shouldn't today have been just a normal day? You're not wrong. But the people who missed out on tickets for the Dessert Fiesta are here today. All these guys are regulars. I don't know their names, but we see each other all the time in this restaurant. What do you think about his story, guys? The longer I listen, the more upset I get. Is that right, my comrades? Locking your real girl up? I want to do that. I mean, I can't allow that to continue. I will punish the guy who can't be nice to a girl. You do it in his imagination, but it's unacceptable in the real world. Tell us to come with you, Kay. We admire your hunger. The Oak can be a squadron is prepared to enact a rescue operation. Please give us the order of attack. This is Operation Satoko. Your mission starts tomorrow evening. Make sure your clock is on time and your will is written. This may be the day you die. All right. I'm sorry, you guys. Thank you for your help. You don't even know her. We can't abandon her just because of a tiny thing like that. Besides, we know very much about Princess Satoko. My fellows and I indulging in the warm sentiments that fill our hearts when the young lady fails to notice a bit of cream stuck to her chin. Therefore, this is a personal matter for us as well. Oh my gosh.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
Right, you guys, I'm going to rely on you. You need to back me up, okay? Be ready to fight tomorrow evening. Yeah! KK, yay! Keiji-kun is such a popular guy. He's popular with the town council, too. He seems to be popular in the most unexpected places. Lots of other people seem to respect him, too. Some of the waitresses here are also concerned about Satoko. They said they want to come and support us when they're off. Wow. Guess we have about 60 people now. Might even get more than that. So, is this the power to defeat fate? Drum makes sounds. Drum, jump, 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 jump. That night, I attended a meeting for the Minagoroshi Festival Committee. Everyone assembled at the meeting room of the Furude Shrine. I've seen the building a few times, but I hadn't actually been inside before. There were pictures depicting the history of the dam conflict on the wall. I think something big's gonna happen. According to Mion, this assembly building had been used as the headquarters of the dam protest back in the day. There was a huge flag that said Onagafuchi Guardians hanging on the wall. People had written messages on it. I'd been called to the meeting so I could introduce myself. Well, I'd been chosen to be the host of the auction several days ago. This is my first time actually attending a meeting. There were about 30 committee members in the room, and my dad and I were introduced to them. Since I'm still a minor, I had to bring him along with me. I'd often heard the term parental rights recently because of Satoko's situation, and because of that, I've been thinking about the relationship between me and my dad. The Maibara family is a pretty happy one, I think. I'm blessed to have parents like them. Oh, I'm Keiichi Maibara. This is my first time doing something like this, and I'm very nervous. But I'll do my best. Here. You do your best, young man. Friendly smiles and applause made me realize again how welcoming people are in this village. I felt pressured as I thought about how big of a responsibility I was going to undertake at the festival. Since I looked so nervous, the leaders of the committee all came up to me and said that I could just act natural and do my thing. Thank you for offering my son such an important position. Sorry that I'm unable to participate in council activities due to my job, but I'll do what I can to support my son. Clap, 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 clap. My dad must be used to making speeches. All right then, we'll break up into groups and start the meeting. It's going to last until 8:50 p.m. Please begin your discussions as soon as you can. The festival committee can be broken up in different teams, like a general affairs team, a construction team, a refreshment booth team, and a ceremony team. Each team has separate meetings. My dad and I were to join the event team, but after all, we joined toward the end without knowing anything, and the festival was next Sunday too. I didn't understand anything they were saying, and I couldn't even express any opinions anyway. Nodding and pretending to participate in proceedings was the most we could do. Near the end, I finally got the information about the auction I needed. I found out what time I was supposed to be backstage and other stuff about my job like that. They asked me what I was going to wear, and I stopped short. Thought I could just wear my regular clothes, but they suggested that I should wear something more flashy, since I was the host of the event. But I didn't have any clothes like that. How about a suit with a bow tie? That would make you look like a real MC. A bow tie? So embarrassing. I'm gonna wear something more casual than that. How's the meeting going, Kei-chan? What you talking about? They're talking about what he's going to wear during the auction. If you don't have anything flashy to wear, I can get you something like that. Oh no. From him, I don't trust that. Don't. Wait, I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Keiichi's father. Dad, I don't trust him to get me proper clothes. I'm sure he won't get me anything for men. A bow tie is fine. I'll just wear that. If I didn't compromise on that, Yuri and Mion would try and make me wear something outrageous. Truly outrageous. Truly outrageous. She'd also want me to wear women's clothes. You're part of the committee too, huh? Which team are you on? He's on the General Affairs team, where he's in charge of first aid. Always asks for his help since he's a doctor and all. All I have to do is give band-aids to people who trip and fall. It's an easy job for the most part. I'm just drinking beer under the main tent. It's nothing compared to your work, my Bara-san. I'm looking forward to it. Going to drink barley tea with them too. Nipa! You absolutely cannot, Furude-san. Oh, good evening, my Bara-kun. Kun. I think it was a different type of barley beverage he had in mind. Good evening, my Bara-kun. Nice to see you too, my Bara-san. Hello, ma'am. Thank you for being so nice to my son all the time. My Bara-kun, are you ready for the auction? I'm looking forward to seeing your show. It felt weird to see Chie-sensei and the principal outside of school. Rika-chan, you're performing a dance at the festival, right? I heard it's right after my show. I'm looking forward to it. It's a traditional ceremony that she's performing. Oh, hello, Foxglove. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Yes, Chie-sensei is quite the looker. For sure. Oh. And thank you for the flu check. It's a traditional ceremony that she's performing. I'm sure you're nervous about it, huh? How do you feel this year? I'm used to it now, so I'm fine. You've only done it once last year, but you're already used to it? I'm impressed. My Bara-san, it's been a while. Oh, Oishi-san, it's nice to see you. Have you been practicing the Tsubame Gaishi? We should play together. You won't get better unless you play every day, you know? You know how to play Mahjong, my Bara-kun? Oh. He knows how to play, doesn't he? He's a pretty good player, too. Perhaps we really should start playing Mahjong in our club now. We should go and crush every Mahjong parlor in the city. Oishi thinks I'm an experienced player since I was practicing Tsubame Gaishi the other day. Why do people misunderstand me all the time? By the way, my Bara-kun, I heard about that case. What case? About what you're planning to do tomorrow evening. A few of my staff members and I are going to be there as well. Takano and Tomitake are coming too. We can't bring that many people, but I hope you'll let us join you. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. Every person counts. Irie. Sorry that we can't do much to help her, but we still want to do something. This is what Takano suggested. Takano? Yes. She wanted to help somehow. She feels bad that she wasn't able to assist you the other day. Oh, are you talking about that rumor? One saying that my Bara-san's become the leader of a protest group or something. Even you know about it. You know about Satoko? Of course he does. He is very sensitive to rumors inside the village. It's only my job. I'm very aware of what's going on with Satoko. Oishi-san, what do you think about her case? Oishi-san is, after all, a police officer. Could he maybe have an option other than going to the Child Consultation Center? I also think that going to the Consultation Center is the smartest thing to do. Then, you're also saying there's no way to save her before something happens. We would probably do the same. We'd meet with him and tell him not to harm her. I'm sure a professional social worker can do a better job than that, though. They take care of these abuse issues better than the police can. The police only take action after something happens. The Child Consultation Center can make a move before it does. Be a lot easier for us if we could arrest criminals before they commit crimes. However, we need to be very careful about whom we arrest, you know? We don't want to lose our jobs. In that sense, there's nothing wrong with them saying that they want to wait and see for a while. Meep. Well, I don't think the Child Consultation Center is being unreasonable. However, it must seem terrible from the point of view of those who know Satoko and Teppei-san. Oishi-san was exactly right. They must be assuming that we're overreacting by making such a big fuss. It's only been a couple of days since he took her away. But that mindset can create huge problems. I'm sure they're going to call him tonight because we told them that she's been missing school for 3 days. They'll ask him why she hasn't gone to school. Teppei might beat her up for that. I don't know. However, if he continues to keep her at home after the phone call, the Child Consultation Center will probably make a move. I think they'll talk to him about it. So she might come to school tomorrow? That's possible. Teppei can't stay in Okonomiya for some reason. That's why he needs to stay at Satoko's house. I'm sure he doesn't want any further trouble. He can't stay in Okonomiya for some reason. That's right, for some reason. I heard that he had some kind of money-related trouble. You don't know about that, Sonozaki-san. I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean, Mion? There's a reason he wants to stay in Satoko's house? Well, yeah. Teppei has money issues, so we can't live in Okonomiya anymore. He's hiding out in Hinamizawa until the trouble brews over. Then he should hide somewhere alone. Why would he try and drag Satoko-chan into this? You want Satoko as your maid, right? It's the same thing. No, that's not right. Maids are about love. There is love behind my desires. I am totally against violence. A master should treat his maid with love. Let's just ignore that pervert for a moment. So Oishi-san, you think there's no choice but to let the Child Consultation Center take care of it? I think that's the most realistic plan. There are certain steps that you need to follow. When you take a piss, you go to the toilet and pull down your zipper. If you don't follow those steps, it ends in disaster. Yep. That's a pretty... Yeah, that's accurate for Irie. I'm sure he's probably heard something. Heard that... something along those lines quite often. That's a gross way to put it, you disgusting old man. I'm sorry I can't help you. But I do find Satoko's case unfortunate. I hope that everyone gets to have a happy ending. The Child Consultation Center is going to make their decision regardless. But what you guys are doing isn't against the law either. What you're doing, my Barak-kun, is not a mistake. Don't give up. Do all you can do. I'll support you too. Thank you very much. We went there yesterday and today, and we're going to go there tomorrow too. I believe we can save her as long as we don't give up. 3 days in a row, huh? I heard you took 20 people with you today. We're going to take that many tomorrow too? Kei-chan is really talented when it comes to stuff like this. You'd be surprised there's going to be 60 people tomorrow. My, that's amazing. I can see why see you becoming an active labor union leader when you grow up. The head of our union is pretty deplorable. That moment I heard someone clapping. It was almost 9 p.m. The meeting was over. Everyone returned to their seats and listened to each section head's report on what they discussed. You're incredible, Keiichi. So many people from the village. There have been more people that I don't know. Are you sure? You were talking with so many of them. I'm really impressed. Such nice people. Maybe I should be more involved with them too. You should. Inumizawa is all about helping each other. I know you're busy with your work, but you should be involved as much as you can. I'm going to talk with your mother about that, I think. That's it for the meeting today. The next meeting is... oh, tomorrow. I'll see you all then. It'll be the last major meeting before the festival. Thank you for coming today. Chairman, will you give us some closing remarks? No, it's fine. Let's just go home and get some drinks. That's it for now. Let's meet tomorrow at the same time. Thank you. I laughed at Mayor Kimiyoshi's closing remarks. We finished cleaning up, and everyone began filing out to the building. Even though it was a weekday, some of them were going out for drinks. They asked my dad to go along with them. My dad isn't an ordinary worker. He can sleep in if he wants to, as long as he makes his deadlines. Keiichi, they want me to come for a drink, so I'm going, okay? Sure, have fun. I'm heading home now. Going home alone was kinda sad, so I thought I'd walk home with Mion, but she was still lingering at the meeting talking with the mayor and other important people. She was probably busy with the festival being so near. As I contemplated whether to wait for her or not, Oishi came up to me. Good job at the meeting. How did you get here? I can give you a ride home if you want. I came here on my bike. Plus, I'm waiting for Mion. I see. You'll be waiting a while, though. They're discussing the trouble they had with their refreshment booth team. Trouble with their refreshment booth team? Sounds like such a fun festival, but they still have some issues, huh? Oh, yes. It's hard to make adjustments this late. Shaved ice and yakisoba are always popular, so everyone wants to do those. But it'd be a problem if all the booths sold yakisoba, right? They need to make those kinds of adjustments so there'll be a variety of booths, but people get upset when they have to run a booth that's not going to make much money, you know? They suggest running the booths in rotation every year. Some people don't have enough staff to do certain kinds of booths, and other people claim that their yakisoba is better than everyone else's. They also fight about locations and who to hire, etc., etc. I had no idea that the preparations for a festival were so complicated. Everything needs adjustments. I guess it sounds like more an adult talk for a young man like yourself. But adjustments are necessary to make things go smoothly. What you're doing at the Child Consultation Center is a secret adjustment in a way. Satoko and Teppei don't even know about it. I guess you might be right. We have no choice but to raise our voices. It's the only option we've got. No, I'm proud to see you do something like this. If I was your age, all I'd be able to think of is attacking him in the dark. Man, we must have had no other plans. He'd stuck around while I waited for Mion. There was no one else around at that time of night. It would have felt pretty lonely if he hadn't been there with me. I'm glad Oishi stayed to chat. Talked about Mahjong for a while. Its theory, techniques, and history. I rarely talked with a guy his age, so it was very interesting for me. It's nice to interact with people from a different generation sometime. He's also a police officer. I was secretly hoping that he'd give me a hint about how to save Satoko. In any case, I had to wonder what was taking me on so long. By the time Oishi finished his second cigarette, I started to think maybe I should just go home for the night. I think I'm gonna head home. Mion is taking too long. I have something big to take care of after school tomorrow. Going to the child center, you mean? Yeah, I'm going to fight until they come up with a plan to save Satoko. Consistency is important. This is all we can do. She smiled upon hearing my passionate words. I bet the child centers understand your point by now. You know, there's a limit to what you can do. It's important to know when to quit. If you go too far, it'll only make things more complicated. But I can't just let Satoko suffer. Of course you can't. I'm sure that the child center won't leave her be either. They will help her. They might help her, but probably only after she gets hurt. Satoko suffers irreversible mental trauma, it'll be too late. She took out his third cigarette. That meant he was going to stay here until he finished it. I didn't feel like waiting here with him, though. I just wanted to go home and relax so I could prepare for tomorrow. I'm going home now. You know, Maibara-san, there's something I wanted to tell you. It's either something useful or something just bad that's gonna cause issues. The tone of his voice had changed slightly. It sounded important. I stopped and turned back around to face him. Actually, you see, I don't think you should go to the child consultation center tomorrow. You've made your point already. But we need to do this so we can save Satoko. They aren't getting how urgent the situation is. We have to make even more of a fuss if that's what it takes for them to understand. I think we'll make a bigger impact if we go there 3 days in a row. You're trying to show them every courtesy, huh? But you know, Maibara-san, sometimes you should just let sleeping dogs lie. He's saying that because he Oishi, for a second there, I thought you weren't such a piece of... I was starting to think you might not be a piece of trash, but, you know. It's because he doesn't want anything to happen to Teppei. Because Teppei is his bait. Let me make this clear. This isn't a warning from the police, and no one told me to tell you this. I'm just giving you advice as your mahjong friend. The word advice didn't sound pleasant at all. Felt myself frowning involuntarily. Do you know what the child consultation center is thinking? Guys show up 2 days in a row and you brought 20 people with you today. They're afraid you'll show up again tomorrow. And why don't they just listen to us? I hope they're not planning to build a barricade so we can't get in the building tomorrow. No, they won't do that. Your job is to listen to these claims. We'll accept anyone who's come to make an appeal. They can't stop you from coming no matter how many times you show up. They know that too, so they need to take care of the matter before you bring even more people and cause even more trouble. You mean, they already made the decision to save Satoko? Not quite. They've started making secret adjustments so that you can't come by to pressure them anymore. What do you mean? They made a secret adjustment so that I couldn't bother them anymore. Felt confused, and then Oishi said something that sounded almost like a line from a political drama. These officials sometimes act a bit like the Yakuza. They don't want their badge disrespected. It's normal for them to ignore opinions opposing the decisions they've made, even if they realize their office is in the wrong. So if they listen to us, other people will come to the office to get their cases taken care of. That's exactly it. They don't want people challenging their decisions. They will listen to your appeal, but they'll never change their stance unless there's something odd going on. Plus, this time, Satoko's case is nothing special or noteworthy to them. He may have taken her away from where she lived, but it's a legal act since he has parental rights. It's not like a parent without custody forcing his child to live with him. After all, he's the only blood relative she has. There's nothing, legally speaking, that prevents them from living together. That's not the case with Satoko and her uncle. You know that too. You know how violently he abused her last year. That was last year. The Child Consultation Center can't do anything about it if he tells them that he feels remorse over what happened then. More than anything, Satoko told them he's not abusing her. That's because last year Satoko relied on her brother. She deeply regrets overburdening him. So as far as she's concerned, seeking help feels like she's betraying her brother. I see. Might be very difficult to persuade the Child Consultation Center in that case. Well, anyway, for reasons like that, the group can't understand why you and your group is pressing this issue so hard. We're trying to let them know that Teppei is a violent person, and that we can't let Satoko stay with him. But why? You weren't here in Himizawa last year. I don't think you know much about Teppei-san. Are you so sure that he's that dangerous? It was a hard question to answer. I was right. I didn't know much about Teppei. I'd never even seen his face. But I just know. Way back in a different world, I didn't save Satoko. I just stood by and... I've seen the world where Satoko was irreversibly broken. We all cried and regretted it. I couldn't explain that to Oishi, though. My friends had understood my premonition. But it's weird for someone to be so aggressive just based on what he saw in his imagination. Okay, now Keiichi, you should ignore Oishi right now and just leave. I mentioned it earlier, but sometimes a divorced couple battles for the custody of their child. The couple can sue each other, and sometimes their relatives sue the couple too. Some of them decide to sue their partner not for the child, but just because they hate him. This case is a bit similar to something like that. Looks as though you're taking the actions you are because you hate Teppei Taojo. Child consultation center needs to determine if you're doing this out of hate or out of genuine concern towards Satoko-san. Not all people go to the center out of goodwill like you. They can only make a decision after determining if the information given by the petitioner is genuine or not. You need to understand that. So you're saying that because I was too direct with them. They've mistaken my appeal as one born of ill will. No, you don't have to worry about that. Just please try to understand that they have to evaluate it carefully. If they put a child under protection every time they get a report, the nation would careen out of control. That's right. I think there was a passage in the civil law book the center showed us that first day. The family of the prosecutor must make an appeal to the family court. Family issues have to be resolved within the family. The outside appeal might make the center to take action, but an outsider can't tell them how to respond. And when it comes to that, Satoko's only family is her uncle. Since her uncle obviously wasn't going to do anything about this, Satoko would have to seek help on her own. But Satoko was denying that she's being abused at all. This isn't going anywhere. The consultation center is simply hoping that you'll give up. They have other cases that need more urgent attention, but they're not sure yet if they should ask you to give up. That's what I wanted to tell you today. What do you mean? I don't get it. Maibara, you visited them today. Did they treat you better than yesterday? Yeah, a bit. We were taken to a bigger room and the manager came to see us too. You might think that the manager is ranked just a little bit above the regular staff members. However, his position is as high as that of a section chief in a regular company. It's very difficult to achieve that position. The person you talked to today is actually a very powerful man, more than you could imagine. It's not normal for them to do that. The manager normally never shows up for a consultation. You need to recognize that the treatment you got today was a very special one. Never seemed that special to me. I thought we were taken to a big room because we went there with more people, and Reina told them to adjust to us. Because you were so well organized, they're suspecting that you're not the actual leader, and that the Sonozaki family are the ones behind this movement. I'm sure you know how powerful the Sonozaki family is in this village. I do, but it has nothing to do with the Sonozaki family. We're simply fighting to save our friend. Mion hasn't even mentioned her name. That's what the child center wanted to know. It's their normal routine to politely refuse a huge crowd of petitioners. However, things would be different if this was Ryo Sonozaki-san's idea. Ryo holds great sway in the city's government. No one can go against her wishes. I'm aware that Mion's grandmother is very powerful, but that has nothing to do with this. In order to make that clear, the local government officials have approached the Sonozaki family in secret. They met Oryo-san and asked her about this case. They were going to take action if they found out that it was her idea. They soon discovered otherwise. So they're not going to take any action anymore? It's not just that. Oryo is now aware that there's a commotion going on within the village. Not sure if you're aware of this, but some people in the village still hold a grudge against the Haojo family, the traitors of the dam conflict. Oishi, could you please fuck off? Ever since the curse of Oishiro-sama, Sonozaki family have been telling people not to interact with the Haojo family. You might wake up a sleeping dog if you continue to make all this noise. What happens if I wake the dog up? I don't know. She paused for a while and drew on a short cigarette. Not saying that you'll be threatened or that they'll hurt you. However, you just moved here and you're starting to get to know people from the village. Soon enough, you might get to see the underside of this place. The issues between the Haojo family and the Sonozaki family, well, village-wide matters have been slightly taboo in our group, but we may have to go down that road now. It's a fact that we haven't got any support from adults. except for the school teachers in Irie. Other adults in the village must know what happened between Satoko and Tepe last year. They all understood that it would be a disaster if we don't rescue Satoko as soon as possible. However, no adult came forward to help us. If we continue our movement, will the people who hate the Haucho family become our enemies too? It's possible. The Sonozaki family may get involved if you continue this commotion. You could say that the Sonozaki family is Entei Haucho. If you try to save Satoko using people from Hanomizawa, that shows huge disrespect towards the Sonozakis. It could create a huge problem. By that point I knew. This was a warning, not just advice. An ignorant young man in Himizawa is making noise, trying to wake up a sleeping dog. I know you've taken a liking to this place, that you're really doing your best here. That's why. I thought I should let you know about this. Sorry if I upset you. I love Hinamizawa. I've made a decision to make this place my home. I'm motivated about the big job I got for the festival, too. Would it really be wise for me to try and create all this trouble? You're speaking as your friend, nothing more. I'm not trying to threaten you or anything like that. I'm not trying to make you do anything you don't want to do. I just wanted to give you this information. Wishy smiled at me and then stomped on a cigarette. I thought I had just made the decision to do what was right. Was that only the stupid idea of an ignorant little boy? Do I need to grow up right now and think about this again? Dark clouds hung over me. Thank you so much, Oishi. You're such a stand-up, wonderful person. But wait a minute. Does that mean I didn't even have the courage to risk losing something? Was I not brave enough to save Satoko at all? I had to be the red fire. I couldn't give up, even if everyone else... Oh yeah. Oh yes. I had to fill other people with their righteous flames just like I was. What's the matter? What a bold smile you're wearing right now. Thank you for the valuable advice, but I can't give up no matter what you tell me. I won't stop even if the whole world tells me to. Even if the whole world is against you, huh? You're a stronger man than I thought. The whole world is telling me that I'm making a mistake. I'll have to stop and reevaluate myself. However, I've already talked about Satoko's case with my friends over and over again. This isn't just my idea. I'm confident that our decision is the very best one to make. I agree with you, Maibara-san. Young people like you tend to make hasty and dangerous decisions. For all of you are being very rational about this. You're making a democratic appeal. Just like Dr. Iria was saying, there's nothing wrong with your methods. I know. I'm positive that we're not making any mistakes. Doing our best to save our friend. We're not going to give up just because we feel threatened. We are true comrades. I have faith in us, even if the rest of the world doesn't. That's what friendship is all about. You have a strong will. Not even my detectives are as strong as you are. Wishi gave me a wicked grin of admiration. I could tell from that grin. He wasn't trying to pressure me at all. It was exactly the opposite of that. He had shared this information with me to confirm that I was ready to face this challenge. I didn't even have to consider whether his words were advice or a warning. Every man has many things he wants to keep believing in, even if others don't share that belief. Of course, it's important to listen to advice with sincerity, but some beliefs you still can't turn away from. That's what being a man is all about. Also have a strong will, you know. About 5 years ago, a person who was like a brother to me was killed. He was murdered? Case was declared solved, but I'm continuing an investigation alone because I suspect there's another person in control behind the scenes. The department told me that I was wasting my time. They told me to stop. Just like you, I can't give up. Are you getting close to finding out who did it? I don't know about that. Anyway, your resolve is that strong, then there's nothing for you to fear. Just follow through on your beliefs. I'm often threatened to show more restraint if I want to keep my full retirement pay to myself, but I've never given in. There's a lot of things we men can't convey without being unwavering. Am I exactly right? Can't give up, no matter how risky it'll be. It's important to pursue your goal, and even if you end up playing into their hand, that's what being a man is about. If you're going down, then go down fighting. You're right. Waffling between whether to go or go back isn't the attitude of a real man. That's how a man should be. We bumped our fists together. reaffirming that real men are the same regardless of their generation. It wouldn't be a simple road to saving Satoko, but I was never going to give up. I was going to save her. I had no doubts about that. Time to read the new notes. Please hold on a moment. I'll get her. Ryo-san, someone from the municipal government is calling. Hello? Hello, Sonozaki-san. This is Ida from the municipal government. Thank you very much for the ohagi the other day. You're quite welcome. Thank you for your work at the Cultural Festival. Also providing that large parasol. How much does that thing cost? We use it every year, so we might as well buy one ourselves. We borrowed that one from a teacher. I checked out the price, but the domestically made ones cost about 200,000 yen. Also found one made in China, and it's less than half the price. I don't care if it's made in China or not. Just get one so we don't have to cause any more trouble for the teachers. We're actually ordering it already. As it arrives, you might want to take a look at it and make a final decision. Also, we've been holding the same Edo-style tea ceremony for the past 3 years. Should probably get an instructor from a different style. Can you look for a new instructor for next year? Oh, I see. Will do, ma'am. We'll find a different tea ceremony instructor. About that, advisor, I had something else to ask you about. And here's me going on about a parasol, so what do you need? I'm wondering if you've heard anything about the case of Satoko Haojo-san in Hinamizawa. Satoko Haojo? Huh? You're talking about that blasted Haojo girl? What did she do? Well, she's recently moved in with her uncle, but she's being abused apparently. Have you heard anything about it? Our uncle? Satoko's being abused? I've never heard of anything like that. Well, if you don't know, that's okay. To tell you the truth, someone from Hinamizawa came to petition to the Child Consultation Center. According to the center, that petitioner was very persistent. The manager felt that it was better to talk with you if you already knew about it. I don't know anything and I don't care. Why would I do anything for that pitiful child? Sonozaki family has nothing to do with this. Have you heard anything about it from the town council? No. What are you saying? Kimiyoshi was helping that blasted Haojo child, so the Sonozaki family would know about it. Was petitioning the Child Consultation Center. Heard some of her classmates were there. Well, as far as I know anyway. I guess it's just something their classmates are doing. The village has nothing to do with it? Of course not. I don't know anything. The village has nothing to do with Satoko. The contents of this conversation were forwarded to the Child Consultation Center. If Oryo wasn't behind the commotion, then they had no need to take the case seriously. The manager told his staff to listen to what the petitioners have to say, but to never say anything promising the girl's safety. Kichi Maibara, huh? Guess a boy like that will grow up to be a political advocate in the future. Been 3 days since he told her to stay home. He got another call from that annoying teacher again, so he yelled at her and hung up the phone. That woman is too persistent, Teppei thought. She won't give up that easily. He was sure that she'd call the child center again. The biggest reason why Teppei refused to let Satoko go to school was his fear that she'd seek help when going there. She pretended like nothing was wrong when the social worker from the center showed up, but that was only because he was right beside her. She'd probably betray him as soon as she got her chance. Then the center would show up immediately. No, maybe even the police would come and get him for assaulting Satoko. One of his friends had told him that the center works with the police sometimes. Teppei had a lot of weight on his shoulders. Police came, they'd end up questioning him about the other trouble he was involved in. He couldn't let that happen. All he needed was the money. Teppei could leave this awful village behind as soon as he found his brother's bank book. Teppei usually stayed at home, as he found the way the other villagers looked at him unpleasant. So when playing mahjong with his friends, he played it at Satoko's house. But mahjong requires at least 4 people. Teppei couldn't get that many people to come over. He just stayed home alone and watched TV instead. He started using his ample free time to sniff around the house for his treasure. Satoko would end up cleaning the mess he made. Besides, it wasn't his home anyway. It didn't matter to him how much furniture he broke. Cleared out the closet and went up to the attic. He also pulled out all the chests and searched them thoroughly. His wife had been a pretty clever woman. She must have hid it somewhere very unusual. He mussed up the whole first floor and went up to the second floor to search some more. The next moment, Satoko went and tried to tackle him. Not Nini's room. What the hell? You can't go inside Nini's room. Tepe immediately assumed that she was hiding the bank book in there. He threw her off and forced his way inside the room. However, Satoko tried to stop him with all of her might. It was amusing for Tepe to see Satoko resisting him to that extent, but it also surprised him a little. He asked her why she didn't want to go into Satoshi's room. That room belongs to Nini. Nini will be hurt if he comes home and sees his room destroyed. You don't want me there, it's because it's your brother's room? You don't even know if he's still alive. Nini is alive. Come back home. Don't destroy his room. What are you saying? I'm not going to destroy the room. I'm just trying to clean it up. Why would you have to save this room for someone who's not here anymore? I need to clean it up. No, you can't. Nini. Hell, you really don't want me to go inside, huh? Oko's crazed behavior convinced him that he should stop provoking her for the moment. Tepe was very talented at threatening people. Despair makes cowards courageous. If he ignored Satoko and tore apart the room, she might just run away. He didn't want Satoko to be nearby, but he also couldn't let her run loose. Fine then. If you promise to be a good girl, I won't go inside this room, all right? Got it? Yes. But if you make me mad, I'm going to rip this room apart. You escape from this house or tell people about what's happening. Everything in here is going to end up in the garbage. Get it? Yes. Thank you for giving me a chance. Tepe was sure the bank book was inside Satoshi's room, but Satoko would lose it if he went inside. He wasn't pleased about the promise he made with her, but at least it would keep Satoko under control. It might not hurt him to send her off to school. If he kept her home again tomorrow, the teacher might come to the house with the police in tow. He was only keeping her at home because he was afraid that Satoko would talk to other people. If she wasn't going to do that, it'd be better for him to send her to school. He'd sneak into Satoshi's room while she was out. Satoko, been a good girl, so I guess your cold is all better now. Go back to school tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. He was the one who told her to say thank you when he gives her approval to do something. But it annoyed him to hear her say it over and over. Get out of my sight, you little brat. Yeah, so annoying. Keiichi, make them all suffer. That's all I gotta say. Keiichi and company, make them all suffer. Child Consultation Center finally contacted Satoko's uncle after finding out she was missing from school for 3 days in a row. Sure, it was because of our efforts that Satoko was able to come to school today. However, we couldn't really celebrate after seeing her painful expression. Satoko, we were so worried about you. You sure nothing happened to you these past 3 days? I really did have a fever the whole time. Sorry for making Mol worry. She started telling us why she hadn't been at school. Nobody had even asked her that. Her uncle must have told her to say that to everyone. So painful to see her like this. Rena seemed more angry than sad. Inside, I felt the same way. Felt like my anger was boiling up and looking painfully and lodging painfully in my throat. He was only letting Satoko come to school because he was now certain that she wouldn't do anything that would put him at a disadvantage. He was treating her like a tamed animal. Was it too late already? I thought of the broken Satoko I once saw in my imaginary world. Satoko, do your best, okay? Of course I will. Doing well, even though my Nini isn't here with me. I slowly reached out my hand toward her head. As a reward for you doing your best, I'll pat your head. Do you mind? She didn't reply, but she didn't refuse either. I slowly put my hand on her head. She didn't react to it, but a tear rolled down from her eye all of a sudden. Was she crying because she didn't want to be touched? No, that wasn't it. Rather, it was the opposite. If I stopped petting her head, I'd hurt her feelings. Satoko felt obligated to survive without her Nini. That didn't mean she didn't want anyone else's help. She couldn't appreciate my patting her head openly. Satoko had no choice but to cry in silence. Satoko-chan, won't tell anyone if you cry right now. After Reina said that, Satoko started crying like a baby. I felt relieved knowing that it wasn't too late. She hadn't yet suffered from the fatal emotional wound I saw in my imaginary world. However, her tears made it clear that I needed to save her as soon as possible, no matter what the whole world might say to me. Satoko, everyone is going to help save you. Promise you that. Satoko, we weren't just doing nothing for these past 3 days. Right, Kei-chan? Right. We're making an appeal to the child center. We're asking them to save you from your horrible uncle. You don't have to do that for me. It's not just us. Right, Tomita-kun? It's not just me either. Okamura and the whole class are fighting for you. It's right. We all went to the child center together. Going today, too. Right, my bar-son? Yep. We're not going to give up until we save you. Boys and girls in the class answered my call with their cheers. Satoko seemed a little surprised, but then soon became expressionless again. Is that why the social worker came to my house? That really wasn't necessary of you. Satoko, did he hurt you because of that? She wouldn't answer. I couldn't tell what that silence really meant. Soon after, Chie-sensei entered the classroom. She must have heard the noise we were making. Hajo-san, are you feeling better now? We didn't know for sure if she was really sick or not. All of us, including Chie, were feeling the same thing. Yes. I'm fine. I'm sorry for worrying you. Everything is all right now. Will you be attending school regularly from now on? Yes. You don't have to continue worrying about me. Don't have to talk to any more social workers. Hajo-san, feel overwhelmed, you can come stay with me. I'm on your side, okay? Welcome at my house anytime. Hey, Chie, don't act like you're the only one who can help her. Satoko, we're all on your side here. That's right. You can come to my apartment, too. We have an extra room so you can use it as your own. You can't do that. Satoko is my pet. She has to come back to my house. Nipa. See, you're not alone. Everyone is trying so hard to save you. But I don't know if people at the child center will ever understand how we feel. If what Oishi told me yesterday was true, then once they learn this isn't the will of all Hinamizawa, once they learn it's only our classmates creating a stir, they might harden their stance against us. All we had planned was to go there with more people and ask for the same thing. The child center was going to say the same thing to us too. Was it going to be any different from yesterday? They tell us that it's only normal for Uncle to take care of Satoko because he's legally her guardian. They'd also tell us that there's no proof of any abuse happening. And why do they think that? Because Satoko won't admit she's being abused. Appreciate your kindness, but I'm fine. That's a lie. Rita spoke with a smile, but her words cut sharp. You're not okay, Satoko-chan. You're not fooling us well enough. All of us here. Many more people know that you're in pain right now. That's why we're doing our best to stand up and help you. Reaching out our hands so we can save you from your struggle. Can't save you without you helping too. She's right, Satoko. No matter what we say to the center, they'll tell us that there's no abuse because you're denying that it's happening. We all want to help you, but we can't if you don't accept our help. Understand, I was just like you once. Thought no one could help me. I thought whatever I was doing was the only thing I could do. That's why I didn't even accept my friend's help. But someone taught me something. Can't even remember who it was. Someone taught me something. The world you want most is right in front of you. You won't get there unless you take our hands. Doesn't mean anything if we're the only ones reaching out. Satoko-chan, you have to reach your hand to us too. We can take each other's hands and return to the world we wished for. Reina, who told you that? I don't remember. I think I heard it before I went to kindergarten. Can't remember who told me that. But I can still clearly remember that feeling. Here because of what that person taught me. I agree. Whoever it was who taught that to Reina, he wasn't wrong. Satoko, do you think it's better not to ask for help? You think that's the best thing you can do? But you're wrong about that. Look at yourself in the mirror. Is that the face you want to wear? I'm sure it's not. You don't want any part of this world. We can bring you back to the world you want to live in. We're reaching our hands out. Those hands are almost touching you. But we just can't reach far enough. If we could, we'd pull you by the hair to get you out of this mess. But we can't make it, so you have to reach out your hand too. Our hands are right here. They're right in front of your nose, so take them. If you just reach out your hand, we could pull you up into a happier world. Satoko wouldn't reach out her hand. She just stared at mine as though praying for something. Her fingers were shaking. Satoko wouldn't try to reach her hand toward mine. Felt like screaming out in anger, but I didn't want to scare her. If I did that, she'd never trust me again. All I could do was to wait for her to reach out her hand. Thank you very much. Really, I do appreciate it. But I really am perfectly fine. I really, Satoko. She needs more time. Satoko needed time to sort out her feelings, but her time limit was getting closer and closer. It was unfortunate that Satoko didn't even realize that herself. The next moment, we heard someone approaching our classroom. With the sound of the footsteps, we could tell that it was the principal. So I couldn't tell why Satoko was twitching, like she just got electrocuted. The door quickly opened and the principal strode inside. He seemed relieved to see Satoko back in school. Satoko reacted both dramatically and bizarrely. She let out an inexplicable scream, ran to the back of the classroom, and hid behind the curtain. No one in the classroom could understand her actions. We never even considered that it was because the principal had entered the room. The principal, however, realized it immediately. Satoko was scared to see him. Hajo-kun, is everything all right? He spoke in a kind voice, but Satoko was still afraid. It's plain as day to all of us that Satoko was frightened at the sight of the principal, but none of us could understand why. You okay, Satoko? Don't need to be afraid. We're all on your side. My uncle's here. Everyone here thought for sure that Satoko's uncle had shown up to get her. We all rose at once, shielded Satoko in a circle, and searched the surroundings. I had yet to see her uncle's face, but we were in school now. Someone unfamiliar showed up. I could spot him immediately. He tried to force Satoko to leave, then forget everything else. I'll end the fight right here. Mion and Shion are thinking the same thing. However, Satoko remained frightened. We couldn't find any sight of her uncle. Satoko was trembling as if he was already here inside our classroom, but there was no sight of him. Finally, I realized the truth. Satoko was frightened by the figure of the principal. I could understand that she'd be scared of his footsteps, but she was still terrified after he showed his face. And this was not normal. It meant clear to how much stress Satoko was dealing with. Rika-chan hushed Satoko and whispered into her ear. It's okay. Your uncle isn't here. Your mean uncle isn't here. But he's right there. Uncle's there. He's come to take me back home. Calm down, Satoko. Did you take your shot today? My uncle's here. Nini. Her shot. What are you talking about, Rika-chan? Keiichi, she needs Irie's help. Just tell him that Satoko is in an emergency. Hurry up. Gee, let's take her to the nurse's office. What's wrong, Satoko-chan? Satoko-chan. Let's call the coach. She needs to see a doctor. Does anyone have his number? I do. Let's go use the phone in the teacher's office. I headed to the nurse's office after I asked Mion to make a phone call to the doctor. There were lots of students surrounding the office. Chie-sensei was forcing out the other kids who had entered the room with them. I snuck behind her and entered it myself. Satoko was lying down on the bed, still shaking with fear. Reina and Rika were there with her, and were trying to calm her down. I spoke quietly so as not to scare Satoko. Is she okay? What's going on with her? I don't really know. She's very scared. She thought the principal was her uncle. Hearing that made it easier to understand, but it was still hard to believe. He had been right in front of us, and had spoken to her in such a kind voice. It was really hard to believe that she couldn't tell that it was the principal. There's a dark spot on the wall. What does it look like to you? What? People who hate flies will think it's a fly. It may look like a spider or cockroach if that's what you hate. People tend to sense something they don't like. They can't tell that's something else. She thought of her uncle when she heard the principal's footsteps. But she was still scared even after he showed up. The illness Satoko has prevents her from correcting those misassumptions easily. What does she mean, illness? Tried to ask Rika-chan that, but Satoko was becoming even more frightened. Rika-chan held her hand gently and tried to calm her down. Reina tapped my shoulder. She was indicating to me that we should leave Rika and Satoko alone in the room. I agreed with her. Satoko was in tremendous shock. Thank you for the fluid check. We're going back to the classroom for now. Yes, please do. Ran and I left the nurse's office. My classmates were still asking Chie-sensei about Satoko's condition. As soon as they saw me, they walked over and asked how she was. Let's leave it up to Rika-chan for now. Satoko is very frightened. Please don't do anything to make her afraid. She will only get more scared if we continue to make this much noise. Let's go back to the classroom. Coach will be here soon, and he'll take care of her. Called him, right, Mi-chan? Yeah, he'll be here right away. He said to let Rika-chan take care of her, and not to let her out of the nurse's office. Get back to class, everyone. Going to start homeroom. The teacher took our attendance. A car arrived on the school premises. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. 3 people with white gowns came out of the vehicle. Irai ran into the school in a hurry, surprised to see 3 people show up. It made us all worry that Satoko was in worse shape than we'd realized. Chie-sensei felt the same way. She left the class to Mion and hurried to the nurse's office. Despite our worries, Satoko returned to the classroom about 10 minutes later. She was still as depressed as she was in the morning, but she was no longer in a state of panic. Satoko, are you okay now? I think you should rest some more. I'm sorry for scaring you. I'm fine now. Satoko-chan. Satoko seemed bothered by the way we were worrying about her. Chie also returned to the classroom. At the same time, I snuck out so I could talk to Irie and his staff. Saw him talking with Rika-chan. Coach, is Satoko really okay? My Bara-san. Yes, she's fine for now. Should keep an eye on her, though. It was just a little panic attack. It's all good now. Just a little panic attack. You sure? You were saying that Satoko has some kind of illness. Well, I should be going. Please call me if anything happens. Coach bowed and left without making any comment. It was like he was avoiding my question about Satoko's condition. Kiichi, promise to keep a secret. What? Oh, sure. Satoko's been sick since a few years ago. She's been getting treatment for the illness for a long time. Surprising to hear that. That meant she was already sick when I first met her. I'd never seen any sign of that, though. The disease can't be cured easily. She can live a normal life as long as she gets proper treatment and medication. I see. Sounds like it's under control. I had no idea that she was sick until you just told me about it. She should be fine, right? She was hardly in a good condition, so that makes me hesitant to use the word fine. What kind of disease could Satoko have? Based on what I saw earlier, she might have a mental illness rather than a physical one. Might be because of how she was abused in the past. I've heard that mental trauma is not easy to cure. It needs medical attention at times. That must be what's going on with her. Satoko has to take 2 shots every day. Since her uncle was bullying her, she forgot to take her shot this morning. You mean Satoko becomes emotionally unstable if she doesn't take those shots? Rika-chan nodded quietly. Really, it was quite a shock. The Satoko I know is an energetic and mischievous girl who was always bouncing around like a super ball. I couldn't believe that she turned into a scared little animal just by forgetting to take a shot. She becomes very afraid when she doesn't get her shots. Something happens suddenly, when she hears a strange noise, or sees something unusual. She feels like there are things that are coming to harm her. So, she thought her uncle came to the school when she heard the principal's footsteps. That's right. She convinced herself that the footsteps belonged to her uncle. It became the truth for her. After she saw the principal's face, her mind told her that it was her uncle. You said she can't organize information quickly enough. Is that what her illness is about? I don't want to know what the disease is called. I feel so bad for her. I had no clue that she'd been fighting this condition for so long. That poor girl. Keiichi, please don't tell Satoko anything about her illness. Why not? I guess I shouldn't ask. It might not be a nice thing to talk to her about her mental illness. I guess that's what she's trying to tell me. She came back to the classroom, but is she okay now? Iri gave her an injection, so she's all right for now. She's seriously sick to the point where she requires a doctor's attention. I realized something in the next moment. Hey, maybe we can have her hospitalized. We can force her to stay in a hospital even if she refuses. That way we can save her from her uncle. That's a great idea. Iri suggested that before. Satoko refused. It's not about her refusing or not. The doctor tells her to stay. Keiichi, Satoko doesn't go back home. Her uncle is going to get rid of her Nini's room. What? Satoko feels obligated to protect the Hojo residents until Satoshi comes home. He was taking advantage of her? Teppei was telling her that he'd get rid of Satoshi's room if she didn't stay with him. That's horrible. Please don't tell anyone about this. She is not good at controlling herself. She might get very angry about this. She brought up Shion, but I was also furious about it. I had to calm down, though. I needed everyone's help in order to save Satoko. I couldn't ruin everything by acting foolishly. I had no time to stop. Damn it. Satoko's asked for help. We could help her right away. Just because she hadn't asked didn't mean she didn't need it. As our friends, we had to help her. Especially after our learning that he was controlling her by threatening to get rid of Satoshi's room. She told you that he's threatening her, right? Can't we take that as an SOS? Rika nodded slightly. Keiichi, we don't have much time left. That I was all too aware of. She had a panic attack just because she didn't take her shot this morning. But if she stayed in her current environment, it'd be too late to save her in a matter of days. I saw her future when I saw Satoko crying behind the curtain this morning. This is the 3rd day. We have 10 times more people on our side than we had on the first day, but we're not going to stop there. Keiichi, it won't be that easy to save Satoko. Tried many times before, never succeeded. Really? You don't remember, but you're different this time. I think you're getting very close to saving her. I believe that you're someone who can defeat fate. What did she mean when she said I didn't remember? I didn't have time to ask questions, though. Yeah, you're right. I'll defeat fate, just watch me. Huge crowd had formed in front of the library. It's hard to believe that over 50 people had assembled in front of such a quiet place. Hey, things are getting interesting today. That's my Bara-san, he's our leader today. Yo, glad to meet you. Kameda-kun had brought a bunch of athletes with him. They were all very tall and full of spirit. Being greeted by a bunch of big people at once made me feel uncomfortable. So I shouldn't feel so intimidated. The commander can act bashful in front of his troops. Following after them were our nameless comrades who sympathized with our plight at Angel Mort yesterday. I hate to say it, but I never expected any of them to actually show up. Seeing them all here to support us made me feel glad. They seemed plenty pumped up too, raising up fervous cry of shrieks. Kameda-kun did so much for me. He brought not only his teammates, but also people from Angel Mort. I couldn't thank him enough. Don't worry, Kay. We're all brothers at Angel Mort. I heard from the people who went to the dessert fiesta today that the dessert, named Innocent Blue Sundae, is the best one. Let's eat it together this summer. Keiichi-kun, this is incredible. You gathered this many people by yourself? Hello. I never expected you to get this many people here. Good job, hehe. Tomatake, Takano. What are you doing here? Oh, you didn't know? They told us they'd come at the meeting last night. The coach is supposed to be here too. Sorry I made you wait so long. I'm sorry for being so late. It took me a while to leave the clinic. Wow, Coach, that's amazing. It's amazing. Coach had brought some sashes, headbands, and banners with him. He was so well prepared. The sashes and headbands read Save Satoko Haujo, and the consultation center must take action immediately. They were perfect for our protest. He had brought lots of extras along too. Takano and Shion handed them out to other supporters. You know, Coach, I loathe that style of yours, but you've earned some respect today. You know, I really like these things. Not all 60 of us know each other. But when we all wear the same headbands, I start to feel a real sense of unity. It feels like I'm back at the dam conflict. People of Inamizawa were wearing headbands and sashes just like these. It was like they were invincible. No one could make them stop. Tomatake was exactly right. Even the kids from Okonomiya were willing to wear the headbands. Like we were supporting a baseball team. Here, Rika-san. It took us a while to get all of these made. Kyrie. I'll do everything I can. I'll do my very best to help us rescue Satoko-chan. Here, these are yours, Keiichi-kun. Felt like a field trip yesterday. Today it's totally different. Yeah, I agree. I figured showing up in greater numbers would intimidate him, but this has way more impact. Bluffs really are important after all. It's just about time. Call us to attention, Captain. Captain? I'm just the person who set this up. Keiichi-kun, you need to act more like a leader. Get up there and stand strong. I walked out in front of everybody, while Tomatake took pictures. Everyone went quiet and turned their gaze to me. I felt so nervous, but at the same time I also felt really thrilled to see all of our comrades there. Thanks for being here today, everyone. As you know, it's been 4 days since my classmate Satoko Haujo was taken by her uncle. How can he claim to be our legal guardian? He used to beat her, and he neglected her for a whole year so we could live with his lover here in Okonomiya. The Child Consultation Center must urgently take care of this matter and save Satoko from him. However, they're putting our case on hold. They just don't understand how much of an emergency this is. Today we're going to attempt our third appeal, so as to get them to save her as soon as possible. For those who saw Satoko-chan at school today, you should all know. She was at her wit's end after only 4 days. We can't leave her in that environment any longer. This is our third attempt. We have so many people on our side too. Let's let them know how important this is. We're not going to neglect our friend. Amazing. This really is the return of the dam conflict. My Bara wasn't even lying here when that happened. My Bara wasn't even living here when that happened. This is quite interesting. There must be something about this village that brings people together. That's just the culture here, I think. Something like this happened and was inevitable. I come from a city where neighbors don't even know each other's faces. I'm a little jealous. That's a bit rich coming from someone who keeps complaining about the lack of trains. All units prepared for assault. And give us the order to lay our lives down today, Your Excellency. Press our demands, rescue the target. Everyone follow K's command. Yeah. Everyone had that much figure before we'd even entered the building. They had to have heard what was going on outside. In fact, panic-looking people were staring at us out the windows. Well, here goes nothing. Irie pushed me forward, and I took the first step of our third attempt with the weight of 60 people on my shoulders. We went through the automatic doors and slowly crossed 20 meters to the counter. How will they take this? The first day was just a counselor. Yesterday was a manager. Think we'll get the guy in charge today? I don't know. But I'm sure they'll understand just how much we care about her. Hello. May I help you today? Same as yesterday. We're here to appeal for immediate action on behalf of Satoko Haojo. Far end of the office, I saw the manager from yesterday talking to a guy sitting behind an important-looking desk. I could tell he was intimidated to see so many people. Shion said that this was the day we'd finally close the deal, but I couldn't be that optimistic yet. To be honest, our current numbers were probably the maximum number of people that I could get. So what would we do if things didn't work out today? I put up a brave front, but internally I was nearly cracking with the anxiety. But looking at the hopeful, encouraging expression on Reina's face as she walked beside me helped disperse those timid feelings. Reina might hold those very same worries inside of her heart. Everyone must be wondering if we can really save Satoko or not. But today, we were supporting each other by hiding those worries. That was unmistakably our team's strongest point. We could never have gathered so much energy and strength if we were alone. That power can only be created when people work together. It takes forever for a drop of water to wear away at one rock, but a tsunami can break it into pieces in a second. The manager approached the counter. He started speaking to me, saying that as the meeting room wasn't open today, he couldn't let us all into one room. However, the head of the office was willing to see us, so we could use the reception area in front of his desk. Since the room is so small, however, he asked us to choose 3 representatives to come inside. Truly sorry, we hope you'll understand this is out of concern for our visitors, and show that you're willing to cooperate. We're here with all these people. They were only letting 3 of us inside? I wanted to refuse their offer, but Mion told me to take it. If we occupied the office with our numbers, they could fault us for obstructing their business. I think they're intimidated enough. The head of the office is willing to talk with you today. I think that's the best treatment you can get from them. They're all shaking like scaredy cats. Huh. Meow meow. Still, it's definitely a lie that the meeting room isn't available today. I think so too. But Michan is right. I think they're intimidated enough. The head of the office is the top of the whole organization. If he's willing to talk to us, we might have to compromise as well. If we refuse to see him, that will go on the record. We don't want them to be able to claim that we refuse to talk to him. I think we should make it clear that we're here to have a conversation. It was good to get suggestions from so many different people. If it was only me, I would have just gotten pissed off and left. That was probably not the best idea. Once again, I felt how important it was that we were a team. I understand. 3 of us will go talk to him then. But who should it be? Keiichi-kun, you have to go. Other than you, I think Coach and Michan would be the best choice. If the head of the office recognizes me, they'll think this is the Sonozaki family's doing. I can't let them think that since my family has nothing to do with this case. I'm really sorry, but it's those adult circumstances again. Saving Satoko is our fight. That old hag has nothing to do with this anyway. How about you, Reina-san? You should go and talk with him. I don't mind. How about you, Rika-chan? Me? Satoko-chan's best friend. I think you should be a representative. Rika-chan is a quiet girl, so it'd be hard for them to understand what she's thinking. However, she's Satoko's best friend. She had been living with her for the past year as if they were family. She has the strongest bond with Satoko out of any of us. Alright, Coach, Rika-chan and me, we're going in. Roger. I'll get everyone under control. Mion winked at me and started explaining the situation to everyone else. If it's Irie and Rika-chan, the topic of illness may come up. I never thought I'd be chosen as one of the representatives. I'm not a very good speaker, so really, Reina or Shion should have been picked instead of me. But I just couldn't refuse when they told me that Satoko's best friend should be the one to go. They sold us to sit on the couch inside the visitor's room. The counselor, the manager, and the head of the office were there. The way they treated us was improving every time we came. I didn't know if today's appeal would change anything, but I was starting to feel the direction of fate shift little by little. What do you think, Rika? What do you think, Rika? Things have changed dramatically in only a few days. I have no idea what will happen next. Hanyu appeared beside me. It had been a while since she showed up. Hanyu was assuming that we still wouldn't be able to save Satoko in this world either. She always felt it was best just to watch what happened, without hoping for a positive change. I've been hurt so many times after being betrayed while hoping for change. Surely that wasn't good for my soul. I've been beaten down over and over again. It's better to be quiet and to do nothing. It's better not to expect change. That way, if something bad happens, I won't feel pain. My fate was already a dead end. But was that really true? I did my best in many of my previous lives. However, I'd always acted alone. A miracle only happens when everyone combined their efforts. Starting to feel the depth of what that meant. But even so, that didn't guarantee that we could save Satoko. This was the best chance I'd had so far, certainly, but that just still didn't prove anything. I couldn't call it a miracle just yet. A miracle is something far more dramatic. So this wasn't a miracle. It wasn't a miracle just yet. There was still someone else who needed to reach out for this to become a miracle. Everyone has been working so hard. They truly believe they can bring about a miracle. Who amongst them doesn't believe? Isn't there someone who's not reaching out their hand like everyone else is doing? Basically, it's because of Satoko that a miracle won't occur. It won't change unless she starts to seeking help herself. Oh wait, that was Ricket. I know, but that isn't so easy for her. Everyone is trying to save Satoko, but she's not reaching her hand out in return. Before they even came here, they should have tried persuading her first. You think we should tell her to reach out her hand? Yes, I know that's not an easy thing for her, but it wouldn't be as difficult as waiting for another world as fortunate as this one. In any case, I'm the only one with the key to open her heart. Like family to Satoko, I know she thinks the same. I'm not trying to brag or anything. Satoko is like family to me as well. No, my feelings toward her are even deeper than that. It might be only 1 year for Satoko, but I've spent decades with her. You know, I just realized something. I know why this isn't yet a miracle. Why is that? For a miracle to happen, everyone must come together. Someone is still missing. One person is still not working with everyone. That's why the miracle hasn't occurred. You're talking about Satoko? Heh, no. Wait, it's Hanyu, isn't it? It's me. Oh wait, okay, okay. Talking about me. Just been observing them like a spectator. Been tired of this eternally repeating world and acted like a witch. Forgotten the powerful feelings needed to change fate. In other words, it's like I was supposed to be an actress, was just sitting back and eating popcorn. I'm not a spectator. I'm one of the people on the stage. And that's why this play was never successful. In the world where Reina took over the school, if I hadn't done anything, Keiichi would have died in an explosion. Because I got on the stage like I was supposed to, the play didn't end that way. I'm a part of this world too. Such an obvious thing, but I must have forgotten it a long time ago. I have to open up her heart. I have to set her free from Satoshi. I'm sure someone else can do that too, but I have the greatest chance of success. If I don't get up on that stage again, a miracle is never going to happen. Rika, you went to the same thing over and over again and got hurt, remember? Going to make the same mistake again? Shut up, Hanyu. I'm aware of that, but I'll never end up in a world this fortunate again. Cheap resolve to try hard again in the next world just caused my efforts to reach a dead end somewhere. Far more easily, in a more hopeless form than it will in this world. This is my last chance. This world doesn't work out, and I'm going to give up. What? Hanyu looked at me with surprise. For us, the term giving up means a lot more than what it sounds like. It doesn't only mean they'll accept my fate. It means I'll accept the dead end waiting for me. In other words, accept my death. Wow. You know, regrets occur even when we haven't made an effort, you know? It's blessed with such a fortunate world this time. I mean, I never thought our uncle would come back, but overall, this has been a very lucky life. This wind at our backs, I think I've probably unfurled my sails as far as I can. That's why I believe this time will be different. So I think that if this doesn't work out, nothing will. That happens, I think I'll be able to finally give up. Don't say that. LOL. I'm the only person who can communicate with Hanyu. If I disappear, she'll have to go on with her life all alone. It's the last thing Hanyu wants to happen. Perhaps that's why Hanyu says the things she does. She doesn't want my lifespan to wither away by getting hurt emotionally. See, I belong here in this play. You showed me how to enjoy watching it, but the play won't move on as long as I refuse to act. Surely that's why it always results in a dead end. Rika, I'm sure that one day you'll get another fortunate life, where Uncle doesn't come back. I'm sure that you'll roll an extra 6 next time. Fortunate world like this one, where Satoko's uncle doesn't come back. You're right, that really would be wonderful. Still trying to beat my fate of death is another issue entirely. Sounds wonderful, but it's still not guaranteed. Let's wait for another opportunity, please. Ow. Don't say that you're going to give up after this world. If I die, no one will ever hear you cry again. All you'll ever be able to do is make people sense your presence by making noise. Ow. Well, I'm heading back to the stage. I'm going to do what I can. You're sick of repeating all this over and over again, aren't you? I'd rather repeat everything than spend the rest of my life without you. Apparently she thinks this time loop that's driving me mad is far better than having no one to talk to. That's just how she feels. I want to overcome fate. See what's waiting in the future, too. But it wouldn't mean anything if you weren't there with me. Sure, that's similar to my own claim, that there's no point in living past June 1983, if I'm the only one who does. My ideal future is to survive past June 1983, and let the happy times continue like always without anyone missing. Hanyu feels the same way. She doesn't want a world where I'm not by her side. Repeating this world, only because we wish to do so. It wasn't just Hanyu's power. It was one that we shared together. Hanyu wants to be with me, just like I want to build myself a happy future. We both want the same thing. But if I refused to repeat the world again, my long life would be over. Yet I never refused, no matter how sick and tired of it I was. For over 100 years, I kept believing that something good would happen eventually. However, our power is weakening, and we can only go back a few weeks at most. We have so little time left to try and change our fate. If we kept it up, eventually we'd only be able to go back to the morning of the day I was going to die. And that'd be a dead end for sure. I don't think a life this fortunate will ever come my way again. If my time was unlimited, I'm sure that will eventually happen. But I can't count on it happening in what time I do have left. Hanyu told me to wait for another chance because she doesn't want to see me lose myself, but she isn't feeling the time limit like I am. It's a nightmare to die over and over again. Before I end up in that hell, I want to pull the curtain down with my own hands. This is going to be my last world. This one doesn't work out. I'm not going to repeat it again. Ow. Wow. Let me translate what she's trying to say. This world is no different from any other world. You're not going to win, so don't bet on this life. Your lifespan is not as short as you think. You should wait for your next opportunity in this endless June. Stay with me until then. Stay with me and wait for the next chance. That's what you're trying to say, isn't it? Oh. Then why don't you just pray for us? Pray that we can persuade the child sinner and save Satoko. Pray that I can defeat the fate of 1983. If I overcome this fate, let's do all the things I promised I'd do. Let's eat this year's watermelon while enjoying the evening breeze through the window. What kind of fall are we going to have? How much snow are we getting this year? Let's enjoy the weather. Let's enjoy all sorts of things we've never seen. Let's watch the next episode of that TV show we like. Let's enjoy our future together. I say we were going to work hard until that day came. It's not fair of you to say that. I'm going to give up. This life just doesn't work out. Sorry that I couldn't keep that promise. I'm sure that we'll overcome this fate. You'll be there with me, Hanyu. Let's look up at the blue sky when that happens. Sure that the sky of the summer of 1983 is more beautiful than any sky you've ever seen. Sure, I'm going to make a miracle happen in this world. God didn't design humans so they could redo their lives over and over again like me. People usually only have one chance, yet they can still make miracles happen with effort. They work so hard because they know that they'll never have a chance to do it over again. That's why miracles occur. But if I can't make one happen with all that, I just have to give up. I don't need another life. I'm going to make a miracle happen in this one. My friends taught me that. They taught me that miracles can happen when everyone works together. So it's going to happen. We'll make it happen. Going to have a wonderful future in this life. Rika, how wow. Hanyu disappeared, sobbing sadly. She was no longer in my sight, but I could still talk to her. Hanyu, we're going to have a bright future in this world. Just trust me. If you would just give me your power, it might be easier to make a miracle happen. And this is the best possible stage I can hope for. The actors on the stage and the audience before it can help each other. If you wish, you, the audience, can change the story too. I've made my decision. I'm going up on the stage. I'm not going to complain anymore. I'll do my best, just like Kiichi and my other friends. I'm not going to make any more excuses. I'm not going to wait for another fortunate world. I have to do my best in this one. I'm not talking about my decision to die after this world is over. I'm just saying that people are meant to have only one chance to live. That's why they work so hard. Because I had so many chances to redo my life. I haven't been working hard enough. I was never able to make a miracle happen. In my previous life, Reina took over the school. Because I got in our way, Keiichi made it in time to stop the explosion. The story changed because I decided to get up on the stage. Perhaps in my other lives before that, I could have changed my situation if I worked hard enough without giving up. But I kept giving up so easily, and eventually lost my interest in those worlds. And so, a miracle never happened. A miracle never happened, because I was always relying on the fact that I'd have another chance. Hanyu, I hope you can understand. Please, don't be sad and work hard with me in this world. I couldn't tell if she understood me. I certainly spoke to the officials about how much danger Satoko was in. Keiichi and Irie also made their appeals from the bottom of their hearts. I had no idea how the center took what we said so passionately. All I could do was pray. How was it, Kei-chan? Well, it felt like a repeat of yesterday. We both went over the same things we talked about then. You're still not reaching them? It's just they said they'd look at matters more carefully? Pretty much. They said they would visit once a week and make a decision 1 month from now. They're going to let her with her uncle for 1 whole month? How come they can't understand how much Satoko will be hurt in that time? My Bara clearly explained to them the danger she's facing. Also told them about what happened to her last year. However, they're really not going to consider it an urgent case unless Satoko seeks help herself? I don't mean to cut into your conversation, but is it possible for you to get Satoko to ask for help? He said that he's going to destroy Satoshi's room if she tries to leave him. What a horrible thing to say. They're still not changing their minds? Satoko can't even ask for help because she's being taken advantage of. The purpose of a child center is to protect children. I was starting to get angry the more I thought about it. But as I thought about it some more, I realized that they were just trying to do their job. It was just that our opinions differed about the degree of urgency. We told him to save Sadoko-chan as soon as possible. Told us that she should be the one asking for help. Is there any way to resolve this? Is there any way to get an SOS from her? We spoke to them about it. Seemed like they were listening closely to us. It also sounded like they're still not going to take any action. Damn it. The head of the office showed up. I thought I could change things today, but for one thing went the same as yesterday, and we still weren't able to persuade them. However, I'm sure we're making progress. It might seem like we're like they're withstanding our blows at first glance, but they're feeling the weight behind them. We're not going to give up just because it didn't work out today. We're going to fight till they get off their butts and save Satoko. I told everyone that we're going to do this again tomorrow too. We might get less people next time. This is really annoying. We're working so hard, but this is all we can do? Damn it. Can't give up yet. We might have less people tomorrow. We're not going to call off our 4th appeal. If no one comes, I'm going. I'm not going to give up until they agree to help Satoko-chan. Wait. They're having another meeting tonight about the thing. For the festival planning committee. Something big's gonna happen. I can feel it in my bones. Same here. I'm never going to give up. Thank you, Miana. Actually... Alright. I'm gonna make a prediction, okay? That... not only is something big gonna happen, but Mion and Shion's grandmother, Oryo, is gonna be there. And that's gonna be what's part of the trigger. That's... You know what? I don't think I've done this before. But let's do a prediction. Okay, well, actually, I did do once before. Okay. 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 I'm gonna put up, will Oreo be at the meeting tonight? And it's a simple yes or no. Let's see. Because I'm going to say yes, obviously, but we're going to start that. So, okay, let's be going. Oreo, aka Mion and Chian's grandmother, show up at the meeting. So you think something's big going to happen? I think the thing about the Haojos and whatever is going to come to a head. Same here. I'm never going to give up. Thank you, Mion. I'll take whoever comes. Could see you guys from the window. Those banners must have looked really intimidating to them. Huh, I'm glad I stayed up all night to make them. Thank you for the sashes too, Irie. No problem. I wish I could do more than this. I'm going to get more involved. I was about to give up on saving Satoko. Wait, that was Rika that's singing. I was going to get more involved. I was about to give up on Satoko. Seeing Keiichi and Irie talking with the head of the office today made me feel motivated. Rika-chan was always watching us from afar. Made me a little happy to see Rika-chan getting more active in the whole movement. Wonder what Rika-chan can do. Rika herself might actually bring it up. I'm getting excited. I seriously am. Next time I see Satoko, I'm going to persuade her to seek help. I think I'm the only one who can do that. Same thing was all in our minds. The issue will be resolved the moment Satoko seeks help. But nobody can say that to her. because we all know that she's dealing with the memories of her brother. Satoko, I know how you feel about Satoshi, but this is different. Please, ask the Child Consultation Center to help you. As long as you're seeking help, they're ready to save you any time. Don't be afraid that your uncle is going to destroy Satoshi's room. Please, ask for them to save you. Without even knowing Satoshi's face, I could never say that to her. The only person who can ask her to seek help is Rika-chan. She's been living with her for the past year, and she's like family. That's true. I told her today, but she didn't listen to me. Sad. The only person who can really talk to Satoko is Rika-chan. I wish I could talk to her too, but I agree. Rika-chan is her best friend. If she can't persuade her, no one can. If we can open Satoko-chan's heart, I'm sure everything will resolve itself. It might be the better approach rather than going to the Child Consultation Center like this. It's not quite true. Lorraine isn't wrong either. Both have to reach out our hands. Satoko needs to reach out her hand too. I also have to do the same. If everyone doesn't work together, a miracle is not going to happen. I didn't work hard enough, because I didn't believe we could do it. So the miracle never happened. So I'm going to make a greater effort. So I'm sure Satoko will take my hand. Oh, can't really explain what I want to say. I'm sorry. Rika-chan is usually a quiet girl, but she talks a lot every once in a while. And just because she's quiet doesn't mean that she's not thinking about anything. In fact, because she's quiet, she must have a lot inside her heart that she's never expressed. We're going to continue our appeal to the consultation center. Rika-chan is going to persuade Satoko. This is the best approach, or at least the best one I can think of. It might be slow and quiet, but now that I'm in the game, I can't quit until I win. If I gave up, I'd lose everything that I bet on. We're going to save Satoko. We just have to work together. But obviously, we don't have much time left to fight. What to do? Definitely going to have less people tomorrow. In other words, we can't intimidate the Child Consultation Center any more than we did today. I couldn't see any way to break our deadlock with the Consultation Center, so I had no choice but to swallow down the irritation starting to boil up in my chest and pretend not to notice it. It's getting pretty dark. Bien-san, you should tell everyone to go home now. I have a festival committee meeting tonight, so I have to head straight there after this. I need to go to the meeting too. I almost forgot. That meant I had to go too. Well, it wouldn't be a big deal if I missed the meeting. I should still go. I don't understand most of the things they're even talking about there, but I don't want to be rude. I'd have no choice but to go. Guess we need to wrap things up for today. Otherwise, you're not going to make it in time for the meeting. Mion thanked all the people who came today, and told them to meet at the same place at the same time tomorrow. And with that, the third day of our desperate appeal was over. Hello? It's me, Keiichi. Yeah, I'll eat when I get home. I'm going straight to the assembly hall from here. Dad is on his way, right? Okay, got it. Called my mom and told her that I'd be going to the meeting without coming home. I'd get there kind of early, but if I went home first, I wouldn't make it in time. Mion, Rika, and Ire were going to head there with me. Shion said that she was also coming. And now Reina didn't want to go home alone either. Wait. They're all coming. Oh, shit's about to go down. It is. And I am ecstatic right now. My dad won't be home until late tonight, so I'm coming too. I hope that's alright with you guys. I hope. That's fine with us. They'll be glad to see a bunch of young people there. The average age will plummet. I want to say hi to Uncle Kimiyoshi too. I haven't seen him in a while. We all headed toward the Furde shrine in the dim light. The light was on in the assembly building. Some people had already arrived. Good evening. You guys are early. Hello, Mion-chan and her friends. Good evening, Dr. Irie. Good evening. You're here early? Huh. Don't have anything else to do. More people started coming into the meeting hall. Everyone seemed to come so early. I should probably come earlier from now on, too. Thought I saw a lot of fashionable shoes at the entrance day. There are lots of young people here. Shion-chan, it's been so long. What brought you here today? And bowed to the newest arrival was the mayor, Kimiyoshi-san. He strode into the room with the other committee members. Hello, it's been a while. I was hanging out with my sis and just happened to come along with them. Is that so? Well, you're welcome here. We're coming to the Watanagashi Festival this year, right? Yeah, I'm going this year for sure. I want to see Kei-chan hosting the auction, too. Guess it's time for young people like you to take over the festival. By the way, I wanted to talk to you, Mion-chan. Can you come this way? Fine, what is it? Is it that guy from the refreshment booth team still angry? Well, Mion headed outside with Kimiyoshi and the other committee members. It's about Satoko. There's only one room in the building, so they have to go outside if they want to talk in private. Today is Thursday, so we have only 3 more days until the festival. You ready for the auction? There's not much I can do now. I'm ready to get up on stage and do my thing, though. I think Keiichi performs best under pressure. Everyone laughed. We continued to chat about the festival. We talked about what kind of festival young people like us would want to see, that sort of stuff. Suddenly, Mion tapped me on the shoulder. Kei-chan, I need you for a second. She gestured for me to follow her out front without letting the others know. What did you want? Once outside, I see Mion, Chie, and the principal. Kei-chan-sensei, Mr. Principal. Good evening. Chie-sensei responded to my greeting, but the principal must not have heard me, since he didn't. His eyes were closed, he seemed lost in thought. That sight caused her happy, chatty feelings to cool off quickly. My intuition told me this had to be about something bad. I need to talk to you, my Barakun. That doesn't sound good. Ryo is pissed. You going to the Child Consultation Center again tomorrow? Yes. We'll keep fighting until they save Satoko. That's our mission. I don't know if we'll get as many supporters as we did today. We're going back there again. Right, Mion? My Barakun. I know you already made plans for tomorrow, but after that, I think you should wait and see what they do. Thanks to the advice from Oishi last night, I already had an idea of the situation. Is this a warning, Chie-sensei? If our protest grows any bigger, the village officials will have to take notice of it. And that's why you're telling me to quit now, wasn't it? My Barakun, I think what you're doing is a good thing. You're not wrong to pursue the things you believe in. However... She stopped talking after that. Chie was supporting us until just yesterday. She even came to the Child Consultation Center with us on the second day. So for her to start saying completely the opposite, I felt slightly dizzy from the shock of it. Kei-chan, let me explain in her stead. Chie is still supporting us as an individual. However, well, is she being pressured by the Board of Education or something? Chie will never bow to pressure. You have no idea how courageous she is. She ignored the Board of Education and came to this village when the Himizawa branch school was still not approved by the government. I think Mion told me about that story before. The school was closed when the dam conflict happened. However, the village children still came to the school to learn. There were no teachers there, though, because the school wasn't officially operating. That was when Chie arrived. After they won the dam conflict, the Sonozaki family and other villagers made an appeal and the school's existence was finally approved. Our school did not have an easy start. The government was against it, but the villagers forced them to approve. Chie came along with us on our appeal yesterday. That was very courageous of her, but now people who want to close the building are paying attention to what we're doing. That's basically it. Chie can't support us openly anymore. Chie stared at the ground as Mion spoke. I'd never seen her look so sad. If it was just about me, I wouldn't care what happened. Don't want to be a teacher who can't even fight for her own students. But I can't put the whole school in jeopardy. I don't know who told her this. Whoever it was, they warned her not to escalate things around Satoko's case. They threatened the existence of our school to make her obey, and pressured her with responsibilities she couldn't take on her own. You know, yesterday, Oishi told me something similar. This exact same spot, too. He warned me that if I kept escalating this, then I'd be fighting against the elders who still don't like the Hojo family. Or something like that. He told you that? Well, he's not really wrong. Mion looked at the ground with Chie. I always thought Chie and Mion were stronger people. Seeing them both hanging their heads like this is hopeless made them feel like we were being pushed into a dead end, and I hated it. You were just at the center with us. You told everyone to come again tomorrow. That's the Mion I came to this meeting with. So when did she get swapped with this weak Mion? When I said, when did she get swapped, I immediately thought of one thing. The mayor took her outside the building earlier. Did he? I see. He called you out here to talk about this, didn't he? Well, kinda. Felt painful to see her fake a smile like that. She was only out here with him for about 10 minutes. What the hell did he tell her that crushed her spirit? Mion, Jie, the two of you are the strongest people I know. I respect you very much. I can't even imagine what kind of pressure would cause you to change your opinions overnight. I didn't feel like getting mad at them. They were just as passionate about saving Satoko as I was. Towards them, I felt nothing but pity. Don't know what to say. You don't need to apologize. I could feel an angry tone entering my voice. I'd had enough. Tell me something. Why do the old people in the village still hate the Hojo family that much? The damn conflict is over. Satoko is totally innocent, isn't she? Why do they still hate her so much? Who hates her? Whose fault is this? I'm going to have a chat with whoever that is. I don't think anyone actually hates the Hojo family. What? What are you saying? It's true that the Hojo family was the enemy during the dam conflict. The whole village believed that. But after Satoko's parents died, people started realizing that she was innocent. But no one ever came forward to forgive her. I can explain why. Shion. It wasn't just Shion who appeared. Reina and Rika were there with her. They'd come out to check on me and overheard what we were talking about. After uniting to turn the Hojo family into their scapegoat, the village is still living in fear. Not because they're scared of them. They're living in fear that if they end up connected to the Hojo family, they'll be made a scapegoat by the village too. In other words, if you help a member of the Hojo family, you might get attacked by the village just like they did. I still feel that way years after the conflict. Is that true? Everyone is always nice to Satoko-chan at school. Only the old people are involved in this. However, they're the core of the village. They all believe that the leader of the Sonozaki family, my granny, still hates the Hojo family. But that's not true. Granny is also afraid. She thinks that if she forgives the Hojo family, the other elderly people will lose the trust in her. This is really complicated. So what do you mean? Who am I supposed to punch in the face? The truth is, no one really hates the Hojo family. They all think we should forgive them, but they can't come forward with that opinion. They're convinced that everyone else still hates the Hojo family. So, everyone is misunderstanding each other? That's right. You can ask all of them individually. You'll see that no one really hates Satoko. Her parents' death marked the closure of that hatred. After her parents died, my grandma told everyone not to bother the Hojo family anymore. However, she didn't tell people to forgive him. It's probably because of my father. Rika-chan's father? Well, why is that? My father was so laid back, well, started saying he didn't deserve to be a leader in the village anymore. Rika-chan's dad was a very relaxed guy. I think that helped him calmly resolve things, but at the same time, people who were burning with anger about the dam project were looking for a more aggressive leader. So my granny came forward and acted as one in order to unite the whole village. Because of her role as an aggressive leader, she can't publicly announce that she's going to forgive the Hojo family? Yeah, old people put a lot of stock into not changing their minds. She can't reverse her policy so easily. But that's terrible. People refusing to forgive Satoko-chan, then blaming it on everyone else. Can't forgive her because they're afraid of what other people might think? That's awful. During the dam project, few households actually thought that it would be fine to vacate their homes, since they were getting compensation money from the government. But they couldn't say that out loud. The Haujo family, however, came forward with their opinion and announced that they were willing to vacate. Those households gained courage after seeing the Haujo family, and they almost established a group of people who agreed to leave. I'm sure you understand this after today, but in order to effectively protest something, everyone has to have the same opinion. It's important that the whole village is on the same page. For the dam conflict, Higumizawa was tearing itself apart instead of waging war. Said that it was because my father was such a lazy leader. He never thought they'd actually build a dam. Believed we could reach a peaceful resolution just by negotiating. People thought that was why some families started agreeing to leave. As far as the plan to evacuate, that sounds strange. This is the first I've heard of that. Well, the village always said that they supported the dam project. She's right. They usually claim that their enemies supported the project itself. Sounds worse if you call them dam project supporters than if you call them evacuation supporters, doesn't it? If you call them evacuation supporters, it makes them sound like they're peaceful people who don't want to fight. But calling them dam project supporters makes it sound... I see. Sounds more like a group of bad people trying to submerge the village underwater. It's all about appearances. Coach had appeared. Came out outside after noticing how long we've been gone. The village of Higumizawa was brimming with a sense of unity. Furude was not able to unite the village. Sonozaki family figured that they could seize power if they were to take charge of that unity. Starting to understand now. Let's phrase it a different way. Or to unite the village. They attacked the Haujo family, betrayed their sense of community. They used them to intimidate other people. Became afraid of the Haujo family, so they changed their minds and started protesting against the dam project. They held that if you interacted with the Haujo family, you were probably a supporter of the dam project yourself. That's why everyone kept their distance from them. They acted like they didn't even see them. When someone from the family talked to them, they ignored it. Initially, they were targeting only Satoko-chan's parents, but eventually the whole family was seen as a target. As a result, her uncle and aunt were caught in the line of fire too. It's kind of ironic. That was the reason they started abusing Satoko to begin with. Her uncle and aunt were not in the support of the dam project, but because of Satoko's parents, they were also attacked. After Satoko's parents died, they were forced to take care of their 2 children. It finally makes sense. I can see the whole picture now. Dam conflict is over. Satoko-chan's parents are dead. I think the Sonozaki family should speak out and publicly forgive the Haujo family. Once again, there's an issue. Ranny is afraid that the elderly people here will lose their trust in her if she publicly forgives the Haujo family. Seems like the Sonozaki family is as worried about people taking them lightly as the consultation center is. I heard this directly from her, so I'm sure that's what's happening. All she could do was tell everyone not to bother the Haujo family anymore. When she dies, she wants the next family ahead to officially declare the end of the dam conflict. Stop discriminating against the Haujo family. My mom knows about this too. I heard about it from her, actually. Just that old hag's stubborn pride. Let me ask you this. Sounds to me like the mayor and his people threatened Mion and told Chie they'd close the school. How about them? Do they still have bitter feelings toward the Haujo family? It's ridiculous. Even Uncle Kimiyoshi thinks no one in the village hates the Haujo family. It's just sad. The dam conflict hasn't completely ended for these people. Still afraid of being badmouthed behind their backs if they interact with the Haujo family. People like you and Rika-chan interact with her. I'm young and I don't have many ties to the town council either. Plus Rika-chan is special. She's the reincarnation of Oyashiro. Oyashiro was the one who brought humans and demons together, which means she was able to live with Satoko, even though Satoko's not accepted by the villagers. After hearing all this, I'm beginning to understand how difficult it was for Satoko to live in this village. She always acted bright and cheerful in school and in the club. I thought that was her whole world, but I had no idea how she felt when she was walking around alone in the village. She probably went grocery shopping even knowing that people were going to ignore her. She felt the coldness from them, but she was standing strong on her feet. I had no idea she was going through something like that. I knew she went through tough times during the dam conflict, but I had no clue that she was struggling to this day. What a sad story. Whole thing is just nonsense, too. Do you feel that way too, Reina? Feel exactly the same. No one feels bitter towards Satoko-chan, but everyone is afraid that something bad will happen to them if they interact with her. Whose fault is this? No one's? Is the land or society making them think that way? It's no one's fault, yet they're so worried about everyone else's opinions they can't forgive her. Yes, that kind of atmosphere is great when the wind's blowing in a good direction. People would act kindly and help each other. But the case of the Hojo family is totally the opposite. It's spreading like a mold and no one can do anything about it. What do you think with what do you do with a rotten tatami mat? You have no choice but to toss it out and get a new one. So the mayor is pressuring us, not because he hates Satoko, but because he thinks that if he lets us run free, someone who doesn't even exist might talk badly about him. So that's why he can't leave us be? I call that someone the curse of Oyashiro. Everyone is afraid of that someone even though he doesn't exist. That someone doesn't exist and they're not a real person. Shion's theory sounded interesting. Everyone follows the rule because they're afraid of that someone. However, even the leaders of the village are afraid of the same thing. Everyone in the village is following the rules because they're afraid of someone who doesn't even exist. They still follow the rules of damn conflict, thinking that they'll be cursed if they forgive Satoko. Who the hell is that someone? And they could only call it the curse of Oyashiro. Oyashiro cursed the Hojo family because they supported the dam project. They still believe that, and Satoko is struggling because of it. Shiro will not curse Satoko. She thinks Satoko is adorable. Please don't use her name for something horrible like that. Riki-chan made a sad face. She's the shrine maiden for Oyashiro, and the reincarnation of Oyashiro. I don't think there's a curse in this village at all. Everyone is just convinced that there is. If that's the case, this isn't the child censor's fault at all. The whole village bears responsibility. Yes, I think so too. I thought appealing to the child consultation center would solve the problem, but that's not going to do anything. A rotten tatami mat, huh? We can't just clean the surface. Even if the consultation center does save Satoko, that's nothing but a temporary fix. I guess we need to throw away the rotten tatami mat so we can save her for good. I think those tatami mats are all assembled nearby. Okay, well apparently I was wrong about Oyoru, but it's right that shit's gonna happen. I agree. Most of them are within a 20-meter radius of here. Kei-chan, Reina, what are you guys going to do? Mion, you're deeply involved in the village. I know you feel hesitant to save Satoko as one of the leaders here. I understand why you and Chi almost gave up under the pressure, but I have nothing to lose. My Bara-san, are you really going to... right here? I'm going to do it. I'm going to get rid of that rotten tatami mat. Will you join me, Reina? Yes. I'm tougher than you think. Heh, I know. But you should settle down just a little bit. I feel like you could blow up a school if you got too serious. Heh. I think you could beat up someone with a metal bat if you got too serious. We're both pretty tough, huh? Up, let's go. Yeah, let's go. I understand your position, Mion. You don't have to come with me. Just leave if you think things are going to get out of control. This is more dangerous than any club activity. I'm damn serious about this. As the next head of her family, she shouldn't agree with me, but she stared in silent approval of what I was about to do. Okay, if you're going to take that risk, then I'm coming with you too. That's the way. Just watch how I'll take care of this. What about you, Shi-chan? Fortunately, I have nothing to lose. I'll support you guys. Chie-sensei, Mr. Principal, I understand your stance. We're not in school right now. Please forgive what we're about to do now. You're right. I'm not your teacher right now. The principal and I will entrust our will to you. I'm supporting you guys too. If they want me out of the village, I'm willing to close down my clinic. It's only natural for a master to sacrifice everything to save his future maid. I can feel everyone's power flowing into me. I'm not even going to try and cool down. I need to be fired up for something like this. As I turned back, I noticed Oishi's son and my dad. I didn't know how long they'd been standing there. Seem excited about something, my Bara. Oishi, you told me last night that there are some things that a man can't give up on. We have to take a chance even when it's risky. Keiichi, don't stop me, Dad. I know it's important to be polite, but I need to do this for my friend. I'm not going to stop you. Huh? He gave me a big smile. I've never seen my dad smile like that before. I believe in what you just told Oishi's son. There are some things that a man should not give up on. You'll encounter something like that in your life sooner or later. If this is that time, then I'm not going to stop you. How? Keiichi's-kun's father is so cool. Of course, he's my dad. He's at least half as cool as me. I'm not from Hinamizawa. I can't take either side, but I'll be watching you closely, my Bara. When it's make or break the game, take the risk and discard for the middle. Wait, something my old friend used to say. You can't compromise once you make a decision. If you're going to forfeit, do so immediately. But if you're going to fight, be confident in yourself. Mahjong uses double scoring after all. Even if you get a small amount of points several times in succession, you'll lose if someone scores a lot of points all at once. You just have to be confident when you're ready to fight. Do you play Mahjong too, my Bara-san? They start talking about Mahjong together. It's going to be interesting. Someone for the committee came out and told us to come inside for the meeting. It was time for it to start. Alright, let's go inside. I feel like we're finally getting up on the stage. No wonder we felt something was missing at the Child Consultation Center. Yeah, this was supposed to be the stage all along. We were fighting with the wrong people for the past 3 days. Let's go. Someone pulled my shirt. It was Rika-chan. Keiichi. You're not only Satoko's best friend, but you're also a member of the village's 3 families. You can just watch what Rain and I are going to do. But if you're willing to help us save Satoko, I want you to support us. You're going to try and change those hard-headed men. I'm going to change them. I told you before, fate is thinner than a piece of paper. I'll tear it down with ease. Oh, what's going to happen? They're calling the traditions of the village the Curse of Oyashiro. Shion sure has an interesting theory. Is Keiichi going to smash it in two? Can he destroy the Curse of Oyashiro? He will break it. Keiichi has the power to break everything. It's not just Keiichi's power, though. Because everyone is working together, Keiichi is able to break anything. This energy is more powerful than the lucky 6 on the die. It's not luck. He's destroying fate with his own 2 hands. Everyone followed Keiichi and entered the assembly hall. I followed in after them. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this with Keiichi. If this doesn't work out, that's it for me. I'm going to give it my very best. Received a new tip, a civil servant's preparations. I see. We're good as long as we know that the town council and the Onofushi Guardians aren't involved. Please take care of Satoko Hajo-san's case without worrying about it too much. I will. I'm glad to know that the whole village isn't backing them. I wouldn't agree with them if they were, though. No matter who is pulling the strings, we must treat every case equally. This whole odd rule that we have to give Hinamizawa special treatment is only due to the precedent set when we let threats influence us before. You're absolutely right, sir, but please continue to work on this case. The manager from the municipal government assured us that the town council has nothing to do with this petition. It's a problem that our organization is so afraid of one tiny community. As a manager, you should think about that a little. Yes, I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm glad to hear that the village isn't supporting them. You must act the same way even if the village does support them, no matter who is behind the scenes. Please be very careful with Satoko Aojo's case. Don't try to give her any special treatment, you understand? Okay, we have to continue now. Excuse me. I have something to say before the meeting starts. Although it's looking like I was wrong on the prediction. Excuse me. I have something to say before the meeting starts. They all knew immediately that I was going to say something about Satoko. I guess they weren't just old for show. Oh, Keiichi-kun, today's our final meeting before the festival, so could you bring up your personal issue later? I ignored him and continued talking. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Don't go through me on our Chie-sensei. I don't like it when people are so indirect. Let's talk up face to face. Everyone went quiet. Nobody there wanted to be involved in a conversation about the Haojo family. Everyone here knows that Satoko Haojo is practically being confined by our uncle and suffering at his hands. Well, I don't care that you're not proactive about helping her. I'm sure that some of you don't want any trouble. But we're different. Satoko is our friend. We're fighting as hard as we can to save our friend from danger. However, Keiichi-kun, where of all that? All we're saying is that you've done enough to the consultation center by now. Is there a problem if we continue our appeal? Of course there is. It's a big problem too. Someone with a stern voice spoke out to me. I'd gotten under their skin. Then what is the problem? Can you explain it so a child like me can understand? The damn conflict ended ages ago. The age of banding together and storming public offices is over. Subject wasn't even Satoko anymore. All they had to offer was a bunch of excuses. I'm not asking about your past, and the damn conflict has nothing to do with this. This is my war. So if you're going to partake in my war, then let's make it clear if you're my enemy or my ally. Which is it? Are you my allies or my enemies? Mutter, 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 mutter. Things come out of this boy's mouth. People these days don't know how to be polite. Orm lit up and started filing with the smell of gunpowder. However, none of my allies let themselves get swept up in the commotion and maintained their harsh stares. Those expressions made me feel as though I had a million supporters behind me. I was standing in front, only as their representative. It wasn't my fight alone. This was everyone's fight. Because of that realization, the fierce looks the old people were giving me didn't intimidate me at all. Keiichi-kun, it's not about us being your enemy or not. Our village fought with these officials during the dam conflict. For I do understand that this has nothing to do with that. Dam conflict is a thing of the past. Oh, thank you for the fluid check. I don't care what you thought about that. I'm talking about me, my friends, and Satoko. I never asked you about the damn conflict. Ever thought of getting your ears checked, old man? How could you talk to your elders like that? You disrespectful little brat. I'd like to have a word with your parents. My dad, sitting behind me, gave an apologetic and bitter smile. Pardon me. I'm his father, you see. You're his father? How could you raise him like this? I guess I'm not a very good parent. I'm not sure if I raised Keiichi the way I was supposed to. Dad paused, and the next moment, however, his expression changed to a glare. However, a single man known as Keiichi Maibara is standing here before all these faces to voice his appeal that something about this doesn't make any sense. I don't care if he's my son or not. He's only making his assertion as a man. So I don't think there's really any reason for me to be talking to me here. Silence filled the room as the old people sat there with their mouth agape. Aoishi broke that silence with laughter. You got plenty of pride, don't you? My name is Reina Ryugu. Can I ask something? I don't understand the logic of how the dam conflict being over became a reason we shouldn't make our appeal to the Child Consultation Center. Can you explain that to us in detail? Reina's voice remained perfectly level, as though the matter didn't concern her. However, I could see the fury in her eyes. I was probably the only one who noticed that fury. The old people seemed like they'd rather deal with her than me. Reina-chan, the village has no reason to fight with the government now that the dam conflict is over. During that time, we did fight with them, true. But after the conflict was over, that's water under the bridge. So our village re-established relations with the government. Hinamizawa is not an individual country. It's just a small village in Japan. The government is taking care of us. That's when we need to try and get along with them. You're right. It's important for a village to have a good relationship with the government. Narita, she understands us at least. Forest boy ought to learn from her. Heard little bits and pieces from the noise of the crowd. Yeah, that's definitely true. Uezawa has been trying to fix its relationship with the government ever since the dam conflict ended. Exactly, just like Mion-chan said. For Shion was the next to open her mouth. That's why the town council and the government officials are best friends now. In fact, 2 officials always come along on the town's council's annual hot spring trip. They get paid to participate too. The trip itself is mostly paid for with tax money, isn't it? Oh, I know so many other things. Like the donations for the new year and end-of-the-year parties, as well as the vast financial aid the town council receives for festivities. The upcoming Watanagashi is one of them. The government has put millions of yen into subsidies and aid. They're the ones who pretty much paid for the whole festival. Ever since the conflict ended, the festival has been getting bigger and bigger. That's because we're receiving money from government officials. So if we get in trouble with them, we might not be able to hold a festival next year. That's why Hinamizawa keeps kissing their asses. Isn't that right, Uncle? Shion-chan, do you know all of that? Huh. I switch places with my sis sometimes. What the hell? It's a ridiculous story. Still don't understand why you're against what we're trying to do. Reina, will you sum this up for me? What are they saying? Well, basically, they're colluding with the government officials, so they can't risk upsetting them. The whole room went into a panic after Reina summed it up so simply. Some of them were ashamed that we hit the nail on the head. Some of them were enraged by our ignorance. And some of them were simply angry about our disrespectful attitudes. All of them combined to throw the room into a chaos of chattering and stomping. Be quiet, be quiet! They all settled down after Kimiyoshi-san raised his voice. The time they quieted, the mayor had a terrible look on his face. Keiichi, the relationship between town council and the government officials has nothing to do with this. You're just sidestepping the issue yourself. There's no point in mixing the two up together. Listen, we won our battle against the dam project, but we're all labeled as a nest of troublemakers. Yes, we were taking advantage of that image during the conflict. However, now that the conflict is over, that image is working against us badly. We need to try and repair it. Otherwise, this village will have no future. Do you understand? It's not just about being your enemy. It's much deeper than that. In other words, you're saying that if Kei-chan rouses everyone to action, then the friendly atmosphere we develop will be ruined. People nodded as Mion spoke. They were assuming that Mion was on their side. Mi-chan, what do you mean by the friendly atmosphere? Does that mean we shouldn't seek help for a poor, innocent girl who's being abused? They're trying to say that the child consultation center is doing their job already, so they want us to stop interfering. Given their position, the officials can't say leave us alone that strongly. So they're asking our village to deal with the matter for them, since they're granting us a lot of subsidies. So what you're saying is the town council is the government's lapdog. You watch what you're saying. Be a little more respectful, why don't you? Why don't you watch what you're saying? I hope you're not refusing to help her just because Satoko was the daughter of the Haocho family. That's not it. We're not saying anything about Satoko-chan. We're just telling you to take a look at the bigger picture and show more restraint in your appeals. The child center isn't ignoring you. I'm sure they've taken your huge protest into account. They already understand your point. We're just saying that we're carrying this way too far. Keiichi-kun, I just saw something really interesting. See, look at what's in that picture frame over there. Reina pointed at the wall, and everyone followed the direction of her finger. There were very many different picture frames all over the walls of the assembly hall. They mostly had to do with the dam conflict, and were usually about glorifying the Onagafuchi Guardians. Reina was pointing at a framed article. Kimiyoshi wrote it, way back when he was the leader of the Guardians during the dam conflict. Look at the middle portion there. We attempted peaceful negotiation, but the government and their marionette, the president of the electric company, declined. They have trampled our village democratic movement and our native land with their indescribable atrocities. That's what Kimiyoshi wrote for the dam conflict memorial. Wrote the same thing on the monument too. Everyone knew why Reina had brought that up. I could hear them all gulping. They attempted to negotiate peacefully with the government and its marionette, the electric company. What's this? Are you sure they don't mean the Himizawa Town Council instead of the electric company? Still, marionette is a difficult term. Do you think the people understand what that means? Could someone explain it to me? A marionette is like a puppet. It means that while they're supposed to be an independent organization, they're actually being controlled as though they're dancing on strings. Oh, that sounds like the perfect word to describe Hinamizawa right now. Yeah, that is perfect. What are you saying? We're not their marionette, just trying to cooperate with them. Calling us a puppet is just splitting hairs. But that's what you just stated. You clearly told us that you want us to stop, not because of Satoko, but for the sake of the village. You said there's an issue because the village needs to maintain a friendly relationship with the government. Don't tell me that you didn't say exactly that. You did say it, didn't you? I heard him. He said it had nothing to do with Satoko-chan. Mion, I thought there was a saying in this village, something about the whole village comes together for one village. If there's one person coming, 2 should throw rocks at him. If there are 2, 4 would do so. If there are 8, 16 would fight back. If there's 1,000, the whole village should stand up and fight. If one person is abused, the whole village is abused. We all work together for that one villager. That's the unity of the Guardians. The unity of the Guardians is stronger than rock. That's what their leader said back in the day. Muraki used to be the head of the Onagafuchi Guardians. He crossed his arms and started to groan. There were many things he wanted to say, but he knew that none of them would make him look good. So he continued to stay silent. When I moved here, Mion and Shion told me the valiant story of the dam conflict. But that unity didn't just start a few years ago when the dam conflict happened. I believe those traditions have been here for over 40 years, ever since Japan lost the war. That's why I really respect those who fostered the unity here since that era, and I find them incredible. And more than anything, I'm impressed by the courage the Onagafuchi Guardians displayed here in this picture frame. The government tried to pull many dirty tricks to submerge this village under the water, but the Guardians thwarted every one of them. Because of the efforts of those men, Hinamizawa is still here today. If they hadn't done anything, we'd be at the bottom of a lake right now. So I'm grateful that this village still exists, with its proud unity and beautiful scenery. I'm proud to call myself a resident of Hinamizawa. That's damn right, someone shouted. Wasn't one of my friends. It was one of the elderly villagers. That's why we fight. We fight because we all live together in this village. There's one person coming with 2 throw rocks at him. There are 2, 4 would do so. There are 8, 16 would fight back. There's 1,000, the whole village should stand up and fight. One person is abused, the whole village is abused. Get together for one villager. That's the unity of the Guardians. Satoko Haojo is one of us. You all know how horrible her uncle is. You all know that we can't leave her alone with him for a whole month. We need to save her from our uncle right this minute. We need the power of the Guardians one more time. We need the spirits of the Guardians to reunite again. Reina and Mion applauded. The applause quickly spread to everyone. A small smiles creeping across the faces of the old people. However, they quickly wiped away those smiles and started discussing with their neighbors. Keiichi-kun is right. It's not like Hinamizawa has to obey the government all the time. But the conflict is over now. Government officials are taking care of us too. I wasn't aware of that. Are they really supporting us that much? On a personal level, I agree with what my bar boy is saying. I can't approve of how the town council is operating. Keiichi is right. The whole village can't put pressure on them just because the government is telling us to do so. Mr. Mayor, we might not be able to support Keiichi, but I also don't think we have the right to tell him to stop. I don't like this Maibara boy's attitude. He's way too disrespectful. Think you could get away with talking to us like that? 3 scary old guys came up to yell at me. I raised my own voice and yelled right back in their faces. It's not about my attitude. It's about the soul of this village. Get out of here if you don't have the courage to stand up for one innocent villager. How dare you speak to me like that? Thwack. The big old guy smacked me upside the head. What do you think you're doing? Whack. I hit him right back and the room went into a panic again. Reina approached us. I thought she'd come to stop me, but she suddenly hit the old guy in the head too. What? What are you doing? Don't think you can get with this. Don't think you can get away with just because you're a girl. He thwacked Reina upside the head. However, Reina talked back to him with a firm look in her eyes. If one comes at you, 2 should fight back. Isn't that the spirit of Hinamizawa? Since you hit Reina-san, 4 of us need to retaliate. Let me in on this. Keiichi, father's going to fight too. Everything you've said is right. If they're going to try and stop you with violence, I won't turn a blind eye to that. There are 3 people blocking Keiichi's way. We need 6 people to fight them. Rika-chama. I'm impressed to see that courage of yours, Rika-chama. Let me in too. I too will be taking his side. Chie-sensei stood up. I thought she had given up under all the pressure. I was almost going to neglect my student. I prioritized myself, even though I thought I'd do anything for them. I'm ashamed to call myself a teacher. Wearing a fierce expression, she stared at the mayor. That was her answer to the pressure he'd tried to put on her. Chie-sensei, I think that I overstepped my bounds as an educator. However, what Maibara-kun is doing is the right thing. As an educator, I have to acknowledge the fact that he's doing something right. I can no longer tell him to stop. If I have your support, Chie, then I have nothing to fear. Let me ask you people one more time. Is it more important to stay cozy with officials than it is to save the life of one poor, innocent villager? You don't even need to ask them, Kei-chan. This is no ordinary assembly hall. This used to be the headquarters of the Onagafuchi Guardians. The people here were all members of the Guardians once. Nobody without their spirit would ever come to a place like this. Mion-chan. Mr. Mayor, Kei-chan's actions are embodying the spirit of Hinamizawa. The way he's trying to fight without fear is exactly what the Onagafuchi Guardians were doing. I think it's shameful for this town council to tell him to stop. If you're still going to ask him to back off, I'm going to smash all these pictures on the wall and set fire to the flag of the Guardians. The mayor did nothing but moan. Somebody else raised his voice. Going to support Maibara. He may be disrespectful, but he has the right spirit. I agree. It's pathetic the way we're colluding with these government officials. Keiichi-kun, don't worry what anyone else thinks. Keep on fighting. Don't give in to the pressure. Assembly Hall instantly filled with a great round of applause. Maibara-kun, tell us what's going on so far. Very well. On the day Satoko was kidnapped by her uncle, Chie-sensei visited our house. However, he refused to let Chie-sensei, and it was obvious that something unusual was going on. Chie-sensei called the child consultation center right after that. That night, a social worker visited our house. However, they determined that there was no abuse going on, and they put our case on hold. And this might be a normal way to handle the situation, but they don't know how dangerous that uncle is. For that reason, the 5 of us went to the child consultation center to let them know how urgent it was that she be rescued. They said they'd take that into consideration, but they still didn't take action after that. We thought 5 of us was not enough, so the next day we went there along with more than 20 of our classmates. You took the whole class? Kei-chan gave a very moving speech. He told them that they had to save their friend and not abandon her. If he was here during the damn conflict, I'm sure his charisma could have resolved it a year earlier. You all know too well how spirited this lad is. The consultation center was not willing to listen to us on the second day. We made almost no progress. All they told us was that they were working on it. No, Keiichi-kun, you did make progress. They were so intimidated they asked someone from the local government to check on our town council. The fact that they tried to pressure us to stop meant that what you did was working. You made progress. I see. I guess you could look at it like that. If they weren't scared of us, they wouldn't have acted that way. The third day, we called all our friends and gathered 60 people. This time we got to meet the head of the office. He listened to us, but he didn't say what their decision would be. Keiichi-kun, to tell you the truth, at that point, the council had already spoken to the officials and had made our decision to stop you. If the child center confirmed the whole village wasn't involved with the protest, they decided to just ignore your appeal. That's what I thought. I could feel that from the way the head of the office treated us. It was obvious that they were just trying to get it over with. Planning to go there tomorrow too, but I wonder if they'll even pretend to listen. They might not even listen because they think the village is pressuring us to stop. Yeah, they think that the village is on their side. The village needs to publicly announce that they're supporting Keiichi. I agree. Otherwise, they'll definitely won't listen to us again. We should do that. We should tell them that the Hinamizawa is not going to stop Maibara from what he's doing. Personally, I don't want to complain about Keiichi's actions. It's complicated when I think about it from the town council's point of view. If we tell them that we're not on either side, they'll think that we're on his side. That's tantamount to picking a fight with them. But I still have to respect the opinion of the council too. I can't just decide this on my own. I need to get approval from all the council members. Most of them are here right now. So you say, but let's just be honest here. You're afraid that there are some among you who are against saving the daughter of the Houcho family, aren't you? All room sunk into silence. And that was the heart of the matter. Everyone thinks that the damn conflict is over. You all told us that a few minutes ago. You also think there's no need to discriminate against the Haojo family now that everything is said and done. However, you're still afraid of our family. You're afraid that you'll be badmouthed if you interact with the Haojo family. Satoko-chan's parents were indeed the leaders of the evacuation supporters. What crime did Satoko-chan herself commit? Firstly, I don't have anything against her, but other people do. I don't have anything against her either. Conflict is over and her parents also passed away. I don't hate her either, but I know there are some people who still do, yeah. Let me ask you this. If you hate Satoko, please raise your hand. I'm sure no one will. Yet you all still believe that interacting with her will make others speak ill of you. However, no one's going to. There's nobody like that. No, that can't be true. There's one person at least. Then tell me who it is. Tell me who told you directly that they hate Satoko. Fell silent again. It had become obvious they were all avoiding Satoko because of a huge misunderstanding. The Child Center won't do anything no matter what we do. They're convinced that the town council is on their side. We won't be able to fight until the council makes it clear that they're not supporting them. Kimiyoshi, by chance, do you need approval from someone? Ouch. You're right on the money with that one. The mayor forced out a smile. I had no idea what Rika-chan was talking about, but she must have hit the nail on the head. Who could it be, though? Who was that someone? If I could persuade them, the village would end up supporting us. Are you talking about my hag of a grandmother? Kimiyoshi has forgiven the Haojo family. Furude family is this the same, right? Meep. I'm one of the leaders of the three families, too. Kimizawa has three powerful families who make all the decisions for the village. And that's been a tradition since the time of Onagafuchi village. It's kind of an old tradition, but this was a road we can avoid. So all we need is approval from the Sonozaki family. I've heard that they have the most power among the three. Everyone knew that, but it was taboo to speak it. Something only I could say since I didn't have the ties they did. We could persuade Michan's grandmother. Would the town council support us? What do you think, Mion-chan? I don't want to fight with Granny. But if she's standing between Satoko and safety, I'll have to. I won't be fighting as the next head of the family. I'll be fighting as Satoko's friend. Miyoshi-san, please promise. If you persuade Mion's grandmother, we have... Kimiyoshi-san, please promise. If we persuade Mion's grandmother, will we have the council support? Of course. No one would complain if it was the decision of the three families. Let me get this straight. You're all refusing help because you're afraid of Mion's grandmother, right? You're all grown adults. Good grief. That's what you say, but isn't Oryo-san terrifying? Haha, that's not true. I know Michan's grandmother very well. She has a scary side, but she's not that bad. Keiichi is scarier than her when he's angry. Yeah, and Reina is even scarier than me. All right. Going to persuade Mion's grandmother. Support us when we succeed. Actually, don't just quietly support us either. I'm expecting you guys to take action too. What do you mean by that? We want the Onagafuchi Guardians to reunite. Are you going to let us kids do all the protesting? You want us to protest too? We can't do that. We should do that. Going to tell those officials that we're going to fight against them. We need to do everything we can. If we're going to support Ichikun on behalf of the whole village, we need to make things clear to them. We have to support these kids if we're going to be on their side. So we decide to do that. It's no longer just my Barakun's fight. It'll be the village's fight too. In that case, you should be our leader, Kumiyoshi. There's no way the mayor shouldn't participate in the protest. Alright, I got it already. Ryu-san gives us our approval. I'll act like a man. I'll help Keiichi-kun. Does everyone here agree? Aye. But you're not going to help him persuade Oryo-san? Fine, I'll come with him to persuade Oryo-san. The way he talks might be too immature for her. She needs someone who can talk like an old person. I'm sorry for being so disrespectful today. I really have to apologize, everyone. Don't worry. You said some good things. You broke up the collusion in one fell stroke. The refusal to cave under pressure is the very pride of Hinamizawa itself. Sorry for hitting you. I got pretty riled up. No, that was my fault. You did a good job too, Chie-sensei. You're a wonderful teacher. I really didn't know that some people were still bitter toward the Hojo family. Probably Oryo-san is the most bitter of anybody. According to Mion, Oryo-san doesn't hate the Haojo family either. Really, the whole thing was ridiculous. Good for you, my Bara-san. I never thought you'd get the town council on your side. No, I don't have them on my side just yet. I need to persuade Mion's grandmother first. Ryuo-san is like a dictator around here, but she won't do anything that would make her lose the trust of the villagers. Before I settle things with the town council, then it'll be hard for the Sonozakis to oppose you alone. You're such a great negotiator. You insulted them at the start, but then you gradually buttered them up. I did it the way my dad writes articles for his art magazine. That's the same style he uses. Oh? Your father set a good example for you, huh? He's an artist, isn't he? I'd love to see his work someday. Well, my dad doesn't even let me see his work. I guess he can't show it to him either. What kind of dirty pictures does he draw? Oh, gosh. Well then, let's go and see Oryuo-san tomorrow night. We can't go right away. When she gets into a bad mood, she'll never listen to us. I'll be coming along too. Who else is going? I'm coming too. Reina-san's also coming. She said she'd cleave her head apart if she doesn't not it for us. How? I'm not going to do that. Don't be mean, Shi-chan. Going too, Keiichi. I'll talk to Oryuo myself. I see. Give her a piece of your mind. Of course, I plan to myself as well. I'll try and be there too. I might be able to help just by being around. This sure is getting interesting. Are you ready to defeat that evil hag, sis? To be honest, I wish you'd swap with me tomorrow. Keiichi-kun, you've made great progress today. Yeah. The more people we have on our side, the stronger we become. We can save Satoko if the whole village gets together. This village once won against the national government, after all. The old people seem proud to hear me talk about the damn conflict. Everyone started talking about all the heroic things they did back then. I thought we could never save Satoko, but that fate is reaching its end. The power we have right now is overwhelming. The power to defeat fate is far stronger than the mere chance alignment of a few coincidences. Wait. The next evening, we were all gathered at the Sonozaki residence. Oh, okay. For a second there, I thought, it's not going to end on that. It did the boom. Need some water. Just a second. I thought we'd be talking with Mion's grandma for tea or something. However, it wasn't so relaxed a situation as that. Actually, all the water's running through me. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Let me put on the, my BRB screen. Alright. Okay, welcome on back. Let's get the show on the road. Mion's grandma stayed in her futon. She was propped up against a huge cushion, and it made me feel like I was about to talk to a queen. That wasn't the only thing, either. There were about 5 members of the Sonozaki family surrounding her, as though I was at some kind of Yakuza gathering. Yeah, this wasn't just any old town council meeting. It was a meeting of the 3 families. I kind of felt as though I didn't belong, but I also didn't have time to be afraid. If I could persuade this lady, I could get help from the villagers. So that's the situation. If the town council doesn't change their current stance, no matter what Keiichi-kun says past this point, the center won't listen to him. At the very least, the town council needs to declare their neutrality. The mayor was the first to speak. The old woman looked very grave, and I couldn't tell if she always wore an expression like that, or if the story made her look away. She made a comment in a very low voice to her people. The lady wearing a kimono spoke for her, said, "Yup, I bet it's Mion and Chion's mom. She must be Mion's mother." Yes! The child consultation center is simply doing their job. They understand how much you care about her, and they're going to take your appeal into consideration. What more are you expecting from them? Mom, let me explain this to you. Satoko's uncle is a horrible man. He regularly beat Satoko last year, and I'm sure he's even worse this time around because of his lover up and abandoning him. Didn't you investigate him, Kasai? Teppei Haojo, I mean. I did make such a report to Akane-san. You see, Mom, if we let the Child Consultation Center take care of this, it'll take months for them to save Satoko. I can't let her stay with that jerk for that long. She's not going to die. Stop making such a big fuss over this. The old lady finally spoke, but she didn't have anything pleasant to say. She might not die, but... And shut up, you idiot. Worse, you're not even willing to risk your own life over this. You're a backbone, you twit. Yeah, what nonsense. Why, listen, the more nonsense I hear. Wow. So that's why the whole village is afraid of her. Was this Oryos Ozaki, known variously as the Hag or Empress Sonozaki? Oryo, Satoko is my friend. I want you to save her. Rika-chama, remember what I've told you all this time. You have to choose your friends carefully. That girl is a demon child of the Haojo family. Disappointed in you, Dr. Irie. Aren't you old enough to realize what you're doing? Satoko-chan is the daughter of the Haojo family, but she's not the one who supported the dam project and fought against the village. I think it's unfair for you to judge her that way. Shut up. Who did you think you're talking to, you piece of shit? You sure that she's willing to forgive Satoko-chan? That's what Mion told me. I think I get where the other villagers are coming from now. You look like you have something to say, Keiichi-kun. You should just let it out. I made eye contact with Mion's mom. She's very pretty, but she was wearing the same grave look as Oryo. But then I had no doubts that this was Mion's mother. I don't mind talking. Is it really okay, though? Go ahead. Came all the way here to the Sonozaki residence. You'd speak if you want to. Reina nodded in agreement. Okay. Oryo Sonozaki-san. My name is Keiichi Maibara. I moved here not too long ago. Nice to meet you. Already know a great deal about you. Let me tell you something. When your family moved to this village, you didn't come here to introduce yourself. That left a pretty bad impression. Why was Mion only telling me that now? Sure hope I'm not too late to introduce myself. Leave aside the fact that it's Satoko Haojo for a minute. The important thing to note is that a villager is in danger right now. In order to help that person, we have no choice but to make an appeal to the Child Consultation Center. Besides, I'm doing all of this of my own accord. I haven't caused you any trouble. But you heard from the mayor that you've been causing trouble, didn't you? The Misawa Town Council and the Shishibone City Hall are working together. Shishibone Mayor and this Virgo. I'm thinking there's a typo. This villager talk with each other. They decided to coexist. That was necessary for this village to prosper. But that village is going to let an innocent girl suffer? Didn't you hear what I just said? I was going to just let her suffer. Consultation Center would take action when appropriate. I want them to hurry up, but frankly, you're being selfish. The town council and the government officials are in a business relationship. They're treating Satoko's issue like an ordinary one. So basically, you're saying that you don't care how much danger Satoko is in right now. Like Mion just told you, Teppei is a horrible person. When Satoko showed up at the school 3 days after she was kidnapped, she was already at her wits' ends. After only 3 days. I can't even imagine what would happen if we left her alone with him for a month. There's no guarantee that she will be saved after that either. At that point, they might decide to put her case on hold again. Mrs. Sonozaki, does the emotional damage she's suffering not matter at all to you? So what do you think we should do? I'm making an appeal to the Child Consultation Center, asking them to save her as soon as possible. I'm going to continue going to the center until they do. Well then, there you go. You could just continue your appeal. Son of the Sonozaki's business. Isn't that enough? Damn it. She's so hard-headed. It's easy to win an argument with the old people in the assembly hall since they got agitated so quickly. But Akane-san, Mion's mom, is way tougher than that. Both of the Sonozaki sisters and their grandma are quick to anger, but Akane-san seemed incredibly calm. She was calm, but still full of animosity. But I can't continue our appeal anymore. If the town council doesn't tell the officials that they're going to support us, the Child Consultation Center won't listen to us at all. Did you hear that, Mom? We can't just do whatever we want. We need the town council to decide whether they're going to support us or not. Actually, the council has already made their decision. They said they support us as long as Granny agreed. Who the hell made that decision behind my back? You're all aware of how the family acted during the dam conflict, aren't you? If you're asking me to forgive them, my answer's still no. Not really familiar, actually. What were Satoko-chan's parents like? Her mom was like a stronger version of Satoko. Her dad was, well, Teppei's older brother. He's even stronger and scarier than Teppei. Scarier than Teppei? It's not very funny. I see, now I'm starting to understand how they clashed with the Sonozaki family. I guess she hasn't forgotten how much they pissed her off. You're saying it out loud so we can hear. My children have told me a lot about you. I heard you're one courageous boy. Let me tell you this straight up. We'll be satisfied as long as that old lady in the futon just nods her head. I'm not expecting you all to get involved in our protest. All I need is for her to nod. And if she said no, I'd smash her head in and make Mion the new family head so she can nod for us. What the fucking hell did you just say, you damn son of a bitch? Someone bring me a sword, I'll cut him into pieces and dump him in the well. Damn. That escalated quickly. Although getting a rise out of her is I think is progress, actually. Has to draw her out into the conversation somehow. Are you ready for, whatever you hate tonight will be your last supper.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Hi, Pyro. Welcome on in. The visual now is definitely a lot more feisty. Oh. Yeah. Feisty. Let's say it. Dad, go. Oh. It's like in my... I wasn't going to say the comparison I was going to say, because this is going on YouTube. Oh. I don't want... Anyway. You ready for a fat old lady? Whatever you ate tonight will be your last supper. Shut up, you little shit. Do you even know who you're talking to? The evil hag sent a violet glare my way. The intimidating aura surrounding her became almost visible. Normally I'd be terrified, however I can't back off today. Satoko doesn't have much time left. Everyone here knows that. We all know she'll be forever damaged in only a few more days. We would then cry and lament our powerlessness. We have to fight as best we can so that we have no regrets. There can be no limits to how far we'd go to save her. Let me make this clear. Satoko is my friend. I'm not fighting for her sake. How about you? Satoko's my friend. I'm fighting for her sake. How about you? I heard that you used to be like that. You once fought, you and the whole village, just to save one villager. Is it that how strongly you rejected the dam project? Just an outsider. Wait a minute, old lady. I'm not an outsider. I'm Keiichi Maibara from Hinamizawa. I'm fighting to save my friend who's also from Hinamizawa. How can you say that I'm an outsider? Aryo-san, Maibara came to this village not too long ago, but he's already adapted to our way of life. He's a young man with lots of promise. Since when did you think disrespect is the same as promise, Dr. Irie? Someone bring me my medicine and some tea already. All this blood rushing my head is making an ache. The man on the far end stood up and brought over some tea and medicine. If you think I'm being disrespectful, then let me make this request properly. We want the Sonozaki family's help in order to save Satoko Haocho. Satoko lives in this village too. Moreover, she's my friend. Please help us. So I deeply bowed my head to her. My friends bowed along with me. Keiichi-kun, raise your head. What shall we do, mother? It's none of my business. What are you expecting out of me? Satoko-chan is like family to Keiichi-kun. It's only natural for him to seek help for his family. Mom! However, Sonozaki family and the Haocho family were enemies. They once disparaged Mother in public, too. We can never forgive them for doing that. This is an issue of distinction. What do you mean, distinction? They would need to make an apology. However, the parents died in an accident. There's no one else who can apologize to us. Forgiveness won't come cheap. So if she apologizes to you, you'll forget about what her family did. The world we live in is one of honor. If she apologized to us, we'll have no choice but to forgive her. Are you going to make Satoko-chan apologize? Sure. I'll make her apologize for what her parents did. Parents can't be there to do so. But you'll still forgive her, won't you? We'll have to see her before we make our final decision. But I suppose we can say that we'll forgive her. What do you think, Aryo-san? Oh wait, that was... we'll have to see her before we make our final decision, but I suppose we can say that we'll forgive her. Do you think, Aryo-san, what if Satoko-chan apologized to you about the dam conflict? Well, I'll think about that when she apologizes to me. I might forgive her if she really did. She left, obviously thinking that Satoko would never actually apologize to her. It seemed for a moment as though Reina had compromise in mind. However, Reina always has a plan up her sleeve. But if she apologized to you, would you apologize to her for discriminating against an innocent girl who didn't deserve to be treated that way? Huh? Satoko-chan wasn't the one supporting the dam project. She's just the child of those who did. But you hate her just for her last name. You're not just an ordinary old lady in this village. You hold great influence over the people here because you're the leader of the Sonozaki family. Your public hatred towards Satoko-chan had a huge impact on the way the village thinks. That became clear with the town project too. Town council too. Everyone is afraid to interact with the Haocho family because of how much you hate them. You are the mother of all Hinamizawa. You were instrumental in keeping us all afloat in the difficult times after the war. It's only natural that you hold such great influence over the people here. You're aware of how much your decisions can affect the whole village. We say this again. Satoko is my friend. She's my family. If your influence is going to cause us trouble, I will do battle with you. That's what protecting your friends is all about. Pressed to hear that from a city boy like you. Let me ask what the other family members think. Well, how about it, everyone? What he's saying does make sense. The problem between the Sonozaki family and the Haocho family is not his business, but he's clear about how much he wants to save her. There wouldn't be any problem if she wasn't a child of the Haocho family. They could do whatever they want to. We as a family can just stay neutral. Don't you agree? Apparently that's not enough, everyone. The big scary man in sunglasses spoke with a deep voice. He's saying that the town council would support them unless the Sonozaki family agree to as well. Without the support of the council, the center won't listen to them either. We need to be clear about their decision on this one. What do you think? Keiichi-kun, you're a stronger man than my daughters have led me to believe. Frankly, I've had to change my opinion of you. You're a man among men. Hello, Oh wait, that was... Stronger man than my daughter. Are you Mion's father? I thought he was the boss of a Yakuza clan or something. Wait, I did hear once that her dad is exactly that. Certainly looks the part. It's partly our fault that your friend is struggling. Parents aside, she's just an innocent girl. Isn't that right, Mother? Who even cares? Anyone who bears the Haojo name is an ungrateful little shit. He even told me a few minutes ago that he's going to smash my head in. A little bastard like that doesn't deserve to be called a man among men. Mother, can we help Keiichi-kun this one time? He's a passionate young man. Not many youngsters these days have that kind of inner strength. Granted, please. We need your help. Satoko is my friend, too. I deeply respect how you fought for this village. I want to fight like you for my friend. I'm asking for your help, too. Satoko is my family. She's a little sister to me. Please, please give us your help. Upon seeing the twins bowing so deeply, the stubborn old woman simply stared at them with that grave look of hers. I figured it would be difficult to get her to cooperate with us. The mayor looked troubled too. Mion's grandma eventually turned her gaze to me and I stared back at her. I already bowed to you once, so I'm not going to do that again. But let me say this just one more time. Please help us. Satoko is my friend, and she's one of the villagers. She was never disrespectful to you. You have no reason to hate her. If I nod my head, what happens next? Once the council is on our side, the consultation center will have to hear us out. If they still don't listen, then we'll go there again. We'll go there with the whole village. Tomorrow is Saturday. The council center is open in the morning. The villagers will all be gathering for the preparation for the festival then, so I'll just take them all along with me. That would be crazy. It'd be involving hundreds of people. How many people will come exactly? I don't know how many of them would, but I'd definitely go make a speech in front of all of them. How did things look to you, Mr. Mayor? Most of the council members are supporting them. Our relationship with the governor is important. But some of them think it's more important to fight for Satoko-chan. That is, to resurrect the spirit of the Guardians. We all understand what Keiichi is trying to do, and no one disagrees with him. So the whole village is united even without Mother. But you're still seeking final approval from the Sonozaki family. That's a rather dirty way to do business. Kane-san, or Yo-san. To put it simply, I feel bad for Satoko-chan. She's doing the best she can even though she's all alone. I think it's time for us to let her know that she won't be ostracized by anyone anymore. I refuse. I'll never forget the demon child of the Haojo family. Fine then. You're the enemy of my friend. That makes you my enemy. I'm gonna kill you right here. Mion, you can take her place and lead us your support. Gonna kill this whole Dad, go. Gonna kill this old bat right this minute. I jumped up. Our family members stood in my way. They all had put their hands into their pockets. The answer is murder. I don't want to imagine what they might pull out of there. Ah, this is pissing me off. How dare you say that? I can't take this anymore. Yo, think of your blood pressure. I'm sorry, Rika-chama. You pass me that bag of medication? My veins really are going to burst. She was mumbling too much for me to tell what she was saying, but I could tell that she was furious. She whispered something into Mion's mother's ear. She spoke for her instead. I'm sorry, but this is it for tonight. She has a horrible headache and she can't talk with you any longer. But I still haven't gotten my answer. Ichikun, you need to learn to play by the adults' rules. I've been very patient with you today. That's because you're a friend of my daughter's. You need to reflect on that, don't you think? Kei-chan, we've done enough for today. Let's get out of here. Based on Mion and Shion's reaction, Mion's mom is very scary when she's angry. They were convinced that their mom was going to explode in about 10 seconds. Still, should we really leave after just that? Damn it, I really want her to nod. If she gives me an answer tonight, I can gather a huge crowd tomorrow. People at the child consultation center were laughing at us today. We'd gradually increase the number of people we had until the third day, but on the fourth, we had far less. They must think that we won't show up at all within a couple of days. No matter what, we can't stop showing up. How many days has it been since she was taken by her uncle? We don't have a single day to waste. However, for tonight, the meeting was over. The old lady went to sleep, and we were kicked out of the room. Even though the rest of us were forced to leave, the mayor stayed behind to wrap things up. We decided to wait in the yard for him to come back out. Damn it, we're almost there. Said everything you needed to say. You have to give her time to think about it. Of course, you don't exactly have time to waste. Well, what do you think, Coach? Maryo-san was in a really foul mood. When she gets like that, she'll stay that way for at least 3 days. It might be difficult for us to take any villagers along for the protest tomorrow. At least she listened to us until the end. Just have to trust that she'll make the right decision. You're right. It's hard to trust in someone and just wait, though. Hey, everyone. You all did a good job in there. Mian and Shion ran over to join us. Hey, you two did a good job, too. How was it? Do you think it'll work out? I have no idea. From the looks of it, she was in a terrible mood. Honestly, Kei-chan, I don't think you should ever come back here. What, so I can't even ever hang out at your house again? Jeez. Still, that was really impressive, Kei-chan. You didn't even seem scared. Was she that scary? She had a scary look on her face, sure, but it wasn't that bad. You can only say that because you don't know how scary she really is. Well, as they say, ignorance is bliss. That's not true. I think he would have fought her even if he knew how scary she really can be. Speaking of which, you seemed fine when she yelled at you too, Ryuko-san. She might have raised her voice, but she wasn't actually angry. I wasn't scared at all either. Not at all. Did she really not look angry to you? No. Grandmother wasn't angry at all. Is that really how it looked to her? To me, it looked like her head was about to explode. Next moment, I heard someone walking toward us. It was the mayor, who was accompanied by Mion's mother. Uncle Kimiyoshi, how was it? Did the old lady finally start melting? Well, we got her approval. What? You made... The Virago gave you the green light. You can do whatever you want now, Keiichi-kun. Are you serious? Is that really true, Mom? The hag was so ticked off, though, I can't even imagine what caused her to grant us permission. No matter how it happened, I guess she accepted me in the end. The Virago gave approval for the town council to support Keiichi-kun. Now you have the Onagafuchi Guardians on your side. Them, there's no way you can lose. But you can't put up a disgraceful fight either. You only just moved to this village, but you'll need to understand and appreciate the history of Hinamizawa. Can you take on this responsibility? Yes, I can. Ma, you're a brave boy. You do have my respect. It takes great courage to address the Virago like that. Gave me chills when you jumped on top of her and put your hands around her throat. Eh? Well, I almost did jump on her, but I wasn't actually serious. Hehe. Listen for a moment. You jumped on top of there and nearly choked her to death. That's how it's going to be. What? That's so violent. The Virago can't possibly forgive the Hajo family. She also can't possibly give you what you want simply because you came to her and begged for it. So unless the story goes something like that, after Keiichi-kun violently fought with... Okay. She was impressed by his chivalry and decided to grant him special permission. It won't sound convincing. Got it, Mion? Yeah. Sounds great. They can't just be simple with her, huh? This is how a legend is born. Now people will believe that you physically fought with the hag in order to save Satoko. People are going to be afraid of you, Kei-chan. This is the beginning of the legend of Keiichi the Strongest. Everyone will run and hide when they see you on the streets. I don't want to be a legend, but anyway, thank you very much. You don't need to thank me. The town council made the decision. We can't go against their wishes. In fact, we would have preferred if you just ignored us and went ahead with things. That was a dirty move of yours, Mayor Kimiyoshi-san. Well, I'm glad that she gave us her approval after all that. The Virago was worried about Satoko-chan because people were still treating her poorly. She thought she could only make everything right with her death. Thanks to all of you, she was able to settle this issue before the end. I'm sure she appreciates it. No, we're very thankful to her as well. I'll have to come here again to thank her in person. That's not a good idea. She'll chase you around with a sword next time. In fact, I'm surprised she didn't do that today. She must be fond of you, Keiichi-kun. Thought so too. Ryo's even more fond of using her sword. Rika-chan, don't say that with such a big smile. I'm glad I'm still alive. I've grown fond of you too after today. That's what being a man is all about. Satoko-chan is a very lucky girl. Such a dedicated man as you. Wait, Mom. Satoko and Kei-chan aren't like that. Oh, they're not? If he doesn't have a girl yet, then you two have a chance. Keiichi-kun, between Mion and Shien, which do you prefer? You can call me your mother from now on if you like. Mion and Shion simultaneously turned red and hit me with their fist and their elbow. The apple sure doesn't fall from the tree, huh? Their mom talks just the way that they do. Well, Keiichi-kun, managed to successfully persuade Ryo-san, just as we promised.
It's time to stop! It's time to stop, okay? No more! Where the fuck are your parents? Who are your parents?
I'll stop when the chapter is over.
It's time to stop!
When the chapter is over, I will stop. Just as we promised, you have the council's support. We'll call the people in charge tomorrow and let them know. And of course, I'll tell them to take Satoko-chan under their protection as soon as possible. We have Oryo-san's support too. Sure, Satoko-chan will be rescued shortly after my call. Are you serious? Just managed to persuade someone that important, Kei-chan. So, Satoko-chan really will be safe this time tomorrow? We can't say that for sure. If they refuse Uncle Kimiyoshi's request, that means the Onagafuchi Guardians will come after them. He's normally a calm guy, but he's like a monster when he becomes the leader of the Guardians, aren't you, Uncle? I'll be a monster if I have to. I can promise you that. I'll do my best to ensure that Satoko-chan is rescued as soon as possible. Thank you so much. So, will you please stop ostracizing Satoko just because of who her parents were? We heard you saying bad things about her, you know. Something about how she was a member of a cursed family. I was just saying those because of other people. I don't personally have anything against her. Then quit saying it, alright? Please accept her as just another child at the village. Of course. I'll never say that again. Promise you that. I'm afraid Keiichi-kun might throttle me too. After that, we started heading back home. Satoko still isn't saved, but I think we made huge progress today just the same. The mayor's going to child consultation center tomorrow. Tell them he's on our side. He's also going to persuade them to save Satoko as soon as possible. He'll bring up Oryo-san's name too. Satoko, is going to be rescued from her fate? Yeah, I'm sure she will. She might even be saved tomorrow. Not, we'll go all out next time. It'll be the war to end all wars. Also, Rika-chan. Meep? Don't use words like fate anymore. Putting it like that, it's like it's already been decided. See, nothing is actually decided in advance. We're the ones who make our own futures. So stop using the word fate as if there's nothing we can do. Rika seemed to think about what I said for a while. I wondered for a moment if I said something that hurt her feelings, but Rika-chan soon smiled at me. Okay, I'll do what you say. I won't use that word anymore. Told me you could change fate as easily as tearing a piece of paper. After 100 years, about to break the horrible cycle of Teppei's return. I now believe that the danger that awaits me is something that can be changed as well. Worst thing that could ever happen is you not moving to Hinamizawa. I experienced that twice in the past. 100 years. Those were the saddest worlds of all. Huh? I don't understand a thing that just came out of your mouth. You're trying to confuse the issue, aren't you? Meep. It's a secret. I'll do just as Keiichi says. I won't use words like fate anymore. Nipa! Nipa! Hello. Thank you for calling. You've reached Shishibone City Hall. Hello? Excuse me, could you get me the local affairs chief from the social welfare department? Of course, please hold. Thank you for calling. This is the local government section. Hello, may I speak to the head clerk, Ida-san? Hello, Kimiyoshi-san. Thank you very much for the other day. No, it was no problem. I should be thanking you. I'm much obliged. The head clerk is right here. I'll give him the phone. Sir, it's Kimiyoshi, the head of the Hinamizawa Town Council. Hello? How may I help you today? I'm calling about that case at the Child Consultation Center. Oh yes, a group of young children have been protesting in front of the office. They're such an inconvenience. So glad that we're able to talk to you about that. So how did it turn out? Well, the village has officially decided to support my Barakun. Eh? Excuse me, could you say that again? The town council agrees with what Barakun is doing. The younger people in the village want to support him as best they can. Well, I say younger because they're in their 50s and 60s. I see. However, what are the other council members saying? Well, we held an emergent meeting last night. Some of the more hard-headed members were against it at first, but they were persuaded by Barakun in the end. You know, we don't see young people with that much backbone these days. In my opinion, attitudes like that ought to be nurtured for the sake of a brighter future. So, everyone in the council has reached a consensus? Yes, that's right. Everyone came to an agreement. Nobody is opposed to supporting him. Kimiyoshi-san? So I explained to you, the people at the Child Consultation Center are doing the best they can, but they cannot render their final judgment before the investigation period is over. It's a human rights issue. I believe my Barakun explained it to them many times. Satoko-chan is being locked up by a terribly violent man. The emotional scars she's suffering will never heal. She will forever have a deep wound in her pure and innocent heart. Remember what they were saying at the youth seminar the other day? You were there with me, weren't you? Yes, well, what does the Sonozaki family say about this? Well, our Yo-san agrees with us. She's very clear about that. If you're going to insist on not rescuing Satoko-chan, the whole village will be joining my Barakun's movement. Yo-san, Sonozaki said that? Well, this is a problem within the family, so it's very hard for the government to take care of it. If I could see the man, I'd talk to him in person, but he rarely even leaves his house. Besides, none of us personally said something to him. He might get nervous and hurt Satoko-chan even more. That's why the local government has to get involved. I can understand your point. I'll call Sonozaki-san in a moment to ask for her opinion too. I'd advise you not to do that. Yu-san is very upset right now. I really wouldn't call her for some time. Really? That's not good. She's mad, it's like she turns into a demon. Anyway, I want you to tell the Child Consultation Center to put Satoko-chan under their protection immediately. I'll come with you if you need me to. We can go right now. Oh no, I can't make you go to all that trouble. I'll call the Child Consultation Center and give you their feedback later today. I want you to let me know before noon. I'm sure your call won't be so long it stretches into the evening. Is the head of the office that busy? No, he's not. Very well. I'll call you back before noon today. Thank you very much. Tell them that the town council is very upset that they're not taking this appeal seriously enough. Yes, I'll let them know. Yes, I'll talk to you again soon. Click. Sir, are you okay? This is bad. Hinamizawa village is kicking up a storm again. Saito-kun, could you please call Sonozaki-san and ask her what's going on? I need to call the Child Consultation Center. This might be a resurrection of the damn conflict. Oh, hello? Yes, this is the local government section calling. May I speak to the head of the office? The Hinamizawa Town Council supporting them? I thought you told me they weren't connected to this. I did. When I spoke to the mayor the other day, they weren't involved. However, they changed their stance just last night. I understand. We're still not going to reverse our decision, even if the whole village really does show up. Wouldn't it be right to give her special treatment just because the town council protests? Sir, I believe you're aware of this, but they're the Onagafuchi Guardians. You know about the dam conflict, right? I wasn't living here then, so I don't know much about it. I heard that it was some huge government protest or something like that. I'm going to be honest with you. I think you should pay attention to what they're saying. But wait a minute. I heard that the Onagafuchi Guardians disbanded years ago. Had you had a fairly close relationship with the village ever since the conflict ended? Yeah, things have worked out smoothly. But what happened to change that overnight? The mayor seems to be favoring a young man named Maibara-kun. They have the support of Sonozaki-san too. It's not a trivial matter. Sonozaki-san, you meet the ruler of the underside of Hinamizawa? I've never actually met her. At any rate, you need to be very careful, if it's at all possible. I think you should try to protect Haojo-san immediately. I'm not familiar with this mayor, so I don't know what kind of person he is. Our job needs to be done carefully, and no matter the job, it's just not right to do things in a disorderly fashion. Our people are doing the best they can. They have piles of other cases to work on. Every single case is very important. We can't just prioritize our case for no reason. I see. I understand. I'll call Kimiyoshi-san back and let him know your opinion. You need to call him back. Look, the Minagoroshi government doesn't exist for this town council's amusement. Why are you bending over backwards just to look after the needs of one village? I understand. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Click. This is really bad. The guy isn't even from around here. He has no idea how scary that town council can be. That's a transfer from the prefectural office for you. He's fighting against Hinamizawa. I refuse to be responsible for this one. What did you do? Did you get to talk to Sonozaki-san? Yes, she has the same opinion as Kimiyoshi-san. She also wants a call from you regarding what the Child Consultation Center said. No, this is really bad. I thought this was going to be a happy Saturday. Head of the Consultation Center has no idea what he's up against. There's going to be a huge crowd swarming the area by the beginning of the week. We have to call Kimiyoshi and Sonozaki right away, huh? Should I help with that too? Before anything else, we should be calling the mayor of Shishibone. Oh god, this is amazing. Finally, this stuff is working on our side. It's working with us. Oh. Now they have a full weight of a bunch of old people. A pissed off old people. Oh. Why can I imagine just like that head just like walking out with some coffee after a break? Then him opening a, we need to let some right into the office. Opens it up. There's just a crowd of people right against the window. Just closes it. Does the thing where it's like, I'm seeing things, aren't I? Nope. Fuck. Oh gosh. But we're, do we get any new tips? Though I'm wondering, because this isn't the last volume, so which is why I'm, Higurashi. Oh. Okay, there's 12 chapters. Okay. Wait, what's the 07 mod? Anyway, whatever. But that's beside the... Okay. Anyway. So, we're, either way, when the last volume apparently is going to be quite long. Well, 8, not the extra one. The extra one's probably pretty short. But anyway. So, I guess, the next time we stream this, it's going to be we're going to be finishing this up. Because we just finished end of chapter 9, so that means 1, 2... There's 12 chapters. There's 12 blah, 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 blah. 12 sub-chapters of this chapter. Seriously, why did they do chapters and sub-chapters? It's so confusing. Can't they just say volume, like, anyway, spilled milk. Anyway. So yeah. Then 2, 3, 4. So yeah. We'll just be finishing it next time. So I mean, especially since maybe it's like the next part. Is this part just focusing on maybe Satoko, and then the next part is like the next volume maybe is that entirely dedicated to undoing the, so we don't have to do a reback. And anyway, I'm oh, thank you for the fluid check. Anyway, that's it for now. The next time we'll be doing this will be on Sunday at about 8 p.m. Central Time. So, I will be very excited to seeing how this one unfolds. So, yes, thank you very much. I enjoyed that. To see y'all again about that for the next installment.